We recognize the problems that salmon are facing and we love them, and we want them to continue into our future. We also recognize, having worked with data, I assume that there are many challenges. Well, first of all, that the problem of salmon decline is an all of us problem, and it requires looking beyond the small scales that a lot of the data sets are currently collected at, and being able to integrate across those broad scales to address these issues of fishing, restoration, competition, and all the other things that we know are going on across the salmon sphere. And we also know it's hard work. We've got some people in here who have put a lot of time and effort into trying to bring together these data sets to answer important questions. And I mean, to me, the inspirational part, ignore the slide, is actually that we're all here and wanting to talk about this and willing to put in the time and effort. So I was wondering if we could bring up the mural slides on here. Is that possible? Sorry, I'm ad-libbing here. So that's just the theme of the workshop. Oh yeah, there's my inspiration slide. I was waiting for you all to fill it. So we asked you to fill out these questions here, which you can't read. But if you could just zoom in a little bit. We asked you to fill in these questions because one of the things that Matt and Shirly helped us figure out as we were sort of swimming around in this complex topic is that the why of wanting to integrate data is a pretty important thing to start from if you're going to be able to get through to the integration part. For me, I'm a research scientist in Fisheries and Oceans Canada, and I want to integrate data because it drives me nuts when I can't find a data set that I know exists and should be out there, and I just want it to be out in the wild. I wonder if there's anybody in the room who's willing to share their particular motivation or introduction. We're not going to be able to go through everybody, I'm afraid. Just we have so many. But does anybody want to stick up their hand and give us a why you're here sort of statement? Catherine, thank you.
I'm the science director for a large study project called Basin Events and Coastal Impacts. And this project spans the entire North Pacific. We were co-developed by Pisces and the NCEAS. So we have a lot of different member countries with different abilities to share knowledge and data and information. And we're looking to build a knowledge network. So data and information integration is very important for us because we'd like to bring various sources of information from different countries together to better understand how the ocean is changing and how those changes are impacting different fish populations, especially transboundary fish that cross borders. So highly ambitious at a very large scale, but the integration process is going to be very important to us.
Great, thank you. Anybody else want to take a stab at it? Be shy. Anybody online have any, you keep thinking about it. Anybody online have any particular statements they want to make? Or I'm going to pick one at random. All right, I'll take that as a no. I'm going to say Jordan McGuire. Is Jordan here?
That's me.
Hi.
Hi.
Great. And you're here because you want to integrate data to improve data access and overall data set quality.
Yep.
Can you speak to that in your work? How does that affect your work?
Yeah, so I work with the Pacific Salmon Commission, and we take in data from various agencies and produce sort of large statement data sets and stuff like that. So I think by sort of developing sort of best practices and sort of uniform standards, I think it can sort of increase that overall clarity and sort of help improve the understanding to people as we sort of move to make the data more accessible.
Awesome. Thank you. Makes your life easier. That's what we're all about. All right, I'm going to pick another one. Is Lily Cohn online?
Yes,
okay.
hi.
Hi, Lily. Thanks for speaking up. As a data management specialist, I want to integrate data to better collaborate with project partners across PSMFC. Thank you for that. How does data integration affect your work?
So I'm a GIS specialist, and so we have a lot of diverse projects across the commission, and I help support them all. And so it would be really helpful if we could better integrate the spatial data from all of the different projects in one place so that all of our partners across the commission, as well as the states that we collaborate with, could access that data better and easier and use it whenever they need it. And so I just think it would be a good place a good thing to have, like a central place where we have a lot of integrated data.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, I'm going to pick one more, and is Ellie? Yes, hi, thank you. Can I pick on you?
Yeah, I work for a satellite nation, so they are consist of 11 First Nation communities. So I do my own data collection within my work, but all the other communities have their own land departments, their own data collection, and which is really important. So trying to have a better data management system at the nation level is kind of more important.
Okay, so better data management system between a bunch of different nations. Can you speak briefly about
within one nation?
Within one nation, all right.
Within First Nation.
Right, thank you. And how does the lack of data integration affect your work?
Yeah, I think it's just things are siloed and it's hard to talk and communicate properly about the different projects that we're all doing in the territories. Just trying to have a system so that sharing data is easier and is being collected in the same way, and we can join data sets, just a bigger picture of what's going on.
Okay, so data standardization and communication to facilitate bigger picture understanding of the area. Okay, thank you. That was inspirational. Better than anything I could have said. So how do we get back to our teams in here? Okay, so that was the inspiration. It's going to have to carry you through the rest of the day, so hang on to that. All right.
Very inspiring. Also, I think we have 40 some people online, or between the room and online. That's awesome. That's inspirational.
Okay, well, if you're sitting at your desk online, take a bow. That was good. Thank you. So yeah, I think what we all recognize is that I think we have a shared understanding of the challenges. We're going to, with Matt and Shirley's help, we're going to try and categorize those challenges and focus in on some particular methods for how to address those challenges in bringing information from different organizations and systems. We've got some interesting strategies and methods for doing that using the process of knowledge modeling, which is pretty exciting. And we're going to take we're not going to solve the problems here, but the goal is to sort of set us up, provide a space so that we can implement going forward. And Jen's going to talk a little bit about the logistics of how we make that happen towards the end. We also have some discussion on the best practices for salmon data stewardship, because it is a particularly gnarly species to a set of species to work with because of all the different places they go. And like I said, we'll talk about some next steps for our continued collaboration, which I hope we'll get to keep working with you going forward. And I think at this point, I'm going to hand it back to Jen.
Yep, I just have a little reminder now that we're all really settled. If you did just join recently, well, let me stop there. Facilitators and speakers and hybrid teams reminders. So if you're online, try to use the chat. If the chat doesn't function for you in Teams, turn on your camera, raise your hand, speak up, because we want to make sure we can hear from you. I don't know the capacity of the internet in the room where people are. It might be tough if everyone has their video cameras on. So we'll probably mostly have them off unless you're speaking. But maybe before lunch, we could do a fun moment where everyone turns it on and we take a picture. We'll try and make that happen with the owl in the room. If you're online and we suddenly lose the audio or the slides, speak up. Also, the PNAP team are watching, so hopefully we don't have any glitches like that. If you're online, you're making noise, we might mute you, and you will have to unmute yourself. So if you accidentally forget to turn your microphone off and you're ordering your lunch, you come back and you're muted, you'll have to unmute. I don't see anyone calling in by phone, so that's not a worry. We are recording. That's primarily for our purposes for note taking and whatnot. We may share segments of this as posted because we're having some really great talks today. So we will confirm that with speakers before we post anything to YouTube, but PNAP's YouTube is a place where we can share things later. Facilitators and speakers. I want to thank the crew that's put this together. Tom Bird, you met, he's already been speaking. I mentioned Shirley Stephen earlier. She will give a talk later about knowledge modeling. Matt Jones is up next. Matt and Shirley are both from NCEAS and have extensive experience in this world of data sharing. Brett Johnson, who's joining us virtually because he's not well, but he's still going to join us. So we'll speak about the best practices topic. We also have guest speakers, invited speakers, Nancy Leonard, Bruno Cartuarn, forgive me, Bruno, and Gottfried Pestal, who will share their experiences with their work and their teams. That's really going to bring some key insight. So thank you all, and Laura and Sam and Amy and Meg helping behind the scenes, and our whole team of people. We've been working as a group in an ad hoc way for, I don't know, a couple of years now, and we're really excited to have a bunch of new friends. So I'm going to stop there and turn it over to Matt Jones, who's going to talk about sharing salmon data. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Jen. So I noticed that when you were up here, Tom, like you're standing really close to the owl. So you're like, that is totally so I'm gonna try to stay back here, but if I forget, then okay. Then let me know. Yeah, so I'm gonna give a quick rundown of some experiences we've had with integrating data, just to kind of set the stage for the types of things we might be able to do. My name is Matt Jones. I'm the Director of Informatics at NCEAS, the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis. And we're a sort of international research group focused on reusing existing data to tackle cross-cutting problems in earth and environmental sciences. And we've been doing this for 30 years. And really, you know, it's really an interesting thing to try to take, like a lot of people in environmental science use their own data. They do field studies. They're focused in on a particular region. They know the data really well. As soon as you step outside of that box and you start to try to use other people's data, especially historical data that might have been collected years or decades before you, and try to integrate across space and time, the whole ballgame changes. And so I think there's a whole lot of challenges there when you're not collecting the data that you're trying to analyze and interpret. And so we have a lot of experience trying to do that type of thing. Salmon's been one of the areas that we focused on over time. This is a screenshot from Eric Schoen's Arctic Report Card essay on the state of salmon that he published in 2023 as part of the NOAA's Arctic Report Card. I think it's a great example of the types of challenges that people face. You know, he's basically trying to look across multiple salmon species across their entire, you know, habitat. So salmon, like unlike some organisms, you know, they have the entire Pacific Basin in the case of the Pacific salmon, and just massive, you know, terrestrial and freshwater habitats that do not pay attention to political boundaries. You know, you look at the Yukon drainage, you look at many of the Southeast Alaska drainages, these are all Canada, US sort of joint fisheries. And so this is a really big jurisdictional problem, and other sorts of challenges get in the way of trying to understand the dynamics of these species well. Even within a single group, like a single area like Alaska, which is a large area, but there have been challenges in trying to tackle what we know about salmon and how to use that data for understanding management decision making. So a few years ago, back in around 2015, There was an effort called the State of Alaska Salmon People, which is funded by the Moore Foundation, to try to pull together 25 years of salmon research in Alaska and bring all of the data that had been funded by the Moore Foundation and by the state and other organizations together to try to tackle and understand salmon. So they were looking at things like the biology, oceanography, high seas stuff, but also community well-being and its impact on populations and communities in Alaska. So there were 8 working groups that were convened as part of this effort. Over 110 researchers that worked for about 4 years. They had a dedicated 10-person team to just do data integration. So there were, 10 people who were digitizing data and harmonizing data and trying to prepare it for people to be able to put together this. And from that effort, we put together 100 integrated data products, 130 integrated data products that span the whole state of Alaska. But that's just a little part of what we need to do sort of as a broader community, right? I mean, in order to really understand salmon, we need to go outside of these jurisdictional boundaries like Alaska or British Columbia or Washington in order to really tackle it. But once you do that, once you take the time to pull data together, you can get some incredible new insights from integrating data. So Krista Oki and the team from the SASAP project put together a really nice comparative paper where they looked at the size declines in 4 different salmon species across the whole state of Alaska. And never before had this been done. Like there had only been like regional studies where individual watersheds where people had really looked at, for example, size declines in a species. And what the Oki paper showed was that there's a lot of inconsistency, a lot of variability in whether or not any given watershed has a size decline or not. So what you see in a local or regional population is very different than what you see when you scale up and look across the entire species. But it's not just like biology and physical sciences where we need integration. Like we also need to think about integration of data when it relates to policy and management and its impact on people. So in Alaska, a lot of the decision-making around salmon management is done by the Board of Fisheries. The Board of Fisheries has a public process for making decisions about management policy. And that process has been going on since the 60s. So intuitively, this is a public process in the sense that it open meetings and all of the information from that has been archived in the state archives, but it's all in this 97,000 pages, 185 boxes of records in the library, which nobody really had access to. So it was very hard to understand, like, what has the Board of Fisheries done over the course of their history? And so one of the things that this project did was it digitized all of that information, went through and we had a team of people codify the management decisions that were made, who was proposing it, whether it was like a local fisherman, whether it was the state agency, whether it was a tribe or some other group, and then made a database that basically made all this decision-making information about fisheries management available to people to do cross-cutting and comparative analysis, which is really powerful. So these 130 data sets that are right now archived in the Knowledge Network for Biocomplexity, they represent an integrated data source that's really useful for getting an overall view of salmon data across multiple decades. Some of these data sets go from the 1960s through 2018. Some of them go from much further back, but they cover everything from biology, subsistence use within Alaska, commercial data and fisheries permitting changes, commercial catch, permit earnings, economic valuation, other sorts of things. So this data like pulled things together. The problem with this whole thing, this whole effort, was that it was a one-off effort. So we had, funding from the Moore Foundation. We worked together as 110 people working together to try to pull this all together. And then 2018, it stopped. So now everybody's out there still collecting salmon data. There's been 4, 5, 6, 7 years more data that's been collected. And none of those new data are part of these integrated data sets because we're not working as an integrated team across the community to feed these sort of integrated products. And so that's where we'd like to focus effort at NCEAS, is thinking about how do we build systems where all of the different participants in this research enterprise can be contributing to a shared system where the data that everybody's collecting is available for cross-cutting analysis and reuse. So there are challenges. All the data are highly distributed. You have agencies like Alaska Department of Fish and Game, NOAA, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada, all these different organizations are collecting data. They each have their own priorities. They each have their own sort of way of doing things. They have their own regulations and statutory, both authority and limitations. Because of those differences and like what they're trying to achieve, many of them make choices about methodology that are very valuable for them, but may not be compatible with what somebody else is doing. And so in order to integrate data, you have to resolve those methodological differences. It's hard to find data. Like it's very difficult to even know that, there's hundreds of people involved or thousands of people involved. It's hard to find it. And then once you have it, you oftentimes have to spend months or sometimes years to integrate data to make it ready for analysis. And so maintaining these extended data products and like working as a community to pull together all of the integrated data products can really have a tremendous benefit to us as a research community in our ability to understand and manage salmon. So the process that we went through in CESAP for integrating data, I think is probably familiar to all of you. You probably all have done this on your own data sets. We built a very custom data workflow. Like this is an example graph of the escapement records for age, size, length data from salmon in the state of Alaska. And so there were sites across every dot on this map is a site where age, sex, length data was collected. And some of them have 25,000 records, some of them have hundreds of thousands of records at each of those spots. But basically all of that data was distributed across many dozens of field locations and regional offices of different groups, like mostly the Department of Fish and Game, but also NOAA and the Fish and Wildlife Service and other groups within Alaska, university researchers. So our job was to locate all of those, get copies of all that data, clean and harmonize that data and look for those methodological differences and build a workflow that could then pull that all together into, one data set. So we took, over 10,000 different escapement files that came from every, walk of the salmon world and put it all together into a single integrated data set. And that was, like I said, a one-off effort. And we did that for 130 different products. We need to figure out ways to do that much more efficiently if we would have any hope of being able to sort of sustain and maintain this into the future. When you look across the sort of broader ecosystem of data repositories, there's a lot of salmon data out there. So one of the efforts that I'm involved in is called Data One. It's a network of data repositories trying to make data more accessible by linking together repositories in an interoperable way. And this is a graph of all of the salmon-related data that I found from a very quick search of the Data One repository. And you can see that there's over 1,600 salmon-related data sets in this network of worldwide repositories. And some of them, might not be obvious to you, like the Environmental Data Initiative in Wisconsin has a lot of salmon data, which might not have occurred to people to go look there for that, right? Or the California Digital Library, CDL, has a lot of salmon data. I wouldn't have necessarily thought to go look at the California Digital Library as a place to go find the salmon data. So this problem is widespread. Like, although you might think of GFO in Canada and NOAA as like the primary sources of these things, and they are, there's lots of other smaller groups that are collecting data, or maybe some of them are being archived in these other locations, even if they're not smaller groups. In addition, there's many data sets that are available through places like the Alaska Department of Fish and Game that are accessible but difficult to integrate. So this is an example. This is the escapement database on the ADF&G website, where they've now made a lot of their data sets. I think I actually have ASL data here pulled up. You can get this, you can go through their query system on their website, you can pull out a small region's worth of data, but you can't get the whole data set very easily. What we really need to be able to think about is how to take all the data from multiple agencies and put it together. Like, it takes a fair amount of time to work through this and then get the data set for a single, say, small watershed or something like that. But what we want to be able to do is to sort of work across the entire ecosystem of data providers. Similarly, there's the NuSEDS database, which we're going to be talking about later today from Canada. And that database and that escapement database from ADF&G would ideally be accessible from a single platform, right? That we would hopefully not have to go to 1 or 2 or 10 or 100 agencies to get, say, escapement data in one place. So one of the efforts that we've been trying to undertake as part of the Data One network is to look at how you can pull all these highly heterogeneous data sets together in a way that's sort of more understandable. Each one of the data sets that's involved in, say, escapement data makes some decisions about how they define different things, like they define life stages of salmon, or they define, different methods for measuring size or length. And those differences make a really big difference in how you interpret and use and analyze that data, but it's rarely documented in a way that you can easily understand, what those specific definitions and those specific decisions were for each data set. Plus, there's a huge variety of them, so like there are many, many ways of measuring the length of a salmon with different levels of precision. And different groups employ those for very good reasons. They pick different ways of doing that. So what we've been working on is how to use well-defined controlled vocabularies to define terms so that we can clarify the semantics associated with each of these data collection protocols. So this is a sort of a view into a salmon-related vocabulary or ontology that we've been developing that defines, for example, 5 or 6 or 8 different ways of measuring the length of a fish. So that when we get a data set that's associated with salmon, and I have a length column in that data set, if all I know that that's a length, I don't know which protocol they used. I don't really understand how to interpret that number. I have a number of millimeters in a column, and what does that really represent? And is it compatible with somebody else's data set that has length? In our systems, in our data repository systems, we can label each of these columns of these data sets with a specific semantic definition of the measurement type that they used. So in this case, you might say that this column for length has mid-orbit fork tail length measurements in it, right? And so for every column and every data set, you need these sort of really detailed mappings between the semantics of data measurements and the actual data that you collected. And once you have that, then you can start to build integrated graphs or knowledge graphs that allow us to combine data much more readily. And Shirley's going to show this a little bit more a little later. Basically, once you've annotated individual data sets and sort of defined what all those subtle differences are between them, you can pull them into a integrated knowledge graph where you can query and say, give me all the data sets, tell me what the allometric relationships are, say, between these different measurement approaches, these different methods, and then start combining that data for some integrated purpose. And so with this alignment of vocabularies across data sets, we can start trying to pull data together in a way where each individual group is responsible for maintaining their own data and labeling it in a way that everybody can understand. And then we can build integrated systems that pull from that without necessarily doing those one-off workflows where we have to individually set up every single data set. So like our vision is that we really want to build a system or a set of systems where people are exposing data and they're publishing data using semantically clear, documentation that allows us to build community-wide data access, cleaning, and integration without necessarily having everybody use the exact same computing system. Because we know that's not going to happen, right? We're never going to get 10 different federal agencies from 2 different countries to agree upon an information system. But we might be able to get all the researchers to agree on definitions of like what a salmon length is, right? And so with that, we can then make progress. So our goal in this whole salmon data mobilization effort is to really think about how we can build open and fairly loosely coupled information systems for integrating salmon data. And the purpose of this workshop, like over the next bit of time here, is we're going to be focusing on some steps for doing that. In the next 2 sessions, we're going to really be talking about best practices. We're going to have some examples of data integration challenges. We're going to talk through some best practices in the paper that is being worked on. And then in the afternoon, we're going to do some concept mapping and knowledge mapping after Shirley gives an introduction to that. So we're looking forward to the day, and hopefully this is the start of a conversation in the community that we can continue to sustain. So that's it. Thank you very much. And I think I used the whole 15 minutes, Jen, so you can.
I think so, but that's, it was awesome, awesome setup and amazing work that you guys have been doing all over, especially the Alaska examples are really nice to see, very concrete. Amy, can you drop the mural link? If you just joined while the last speaker, while Matt Jones was talking, we did introductions in the Teams chat. If you're online, we put them in Mural, and we're going to share that link so people can see who is in the room and who is online and what their interest in data integration is. So we're going to do that while we shift gears to the next speaker, or next session, I should say, which has Tom Bird leading, and we actually have 3 speakers. Are you ready, Tom?
Oh, yeah.
And the link is in the Mural. So if you haven't done it, tell us your name, and as a blank, I want to integrate data to what? There you go. All right. So we just leave that for a second, and then Tom already used this as his inspirational moment, but people online can see it. I believe it's being projected in the room. So hopefully we've got everybody ready. I'm gonna. You're almost ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, take it away, Tom.
Thank you, Jen. Okay, so in this section, we had some other stuff planned, and then stuff happened. And fortunately, a number of you stuck by your hands and offered to provide us some material to help us bridge the gap. We have, like I said, the purpose of data integration is super important, and a number of you have been working really hard towards particular data integration purposes. And what we'd like to do in this session is we've asked a few people to come up. We've got Nancy Leonard from the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. She's going to talk about the coordinated assessment exchange. Bruno Cartuarn from the Pacific Salmon Foundation is going to be talking about data cleaning challenges with NuSEDS, and Gottfried Pestal from Solv Analytics, also working with Fisheries and Oceans Canada, is providing examples from 20 years of the salmon roller coaster. And what we are hoping to do in this session is to get everybody thinking about the goals of the particular data cleaning efforts, so we understand what is the endpoint we're looking for. And then we're going to start mentally greasing the wheels, thinking about some of the things that Matt and Shirly are going to be helping us think about, work towards. And that's identifying concepts that you're looking to calculate from the data. So as you're listening, try and pull out some main analytic concepts that you hear. We're thinking about what kinds of data elements were used in the analyses, why they were hard to pull together, and any unresolved issues that they couldn't fix in the data, nor the NuSEDS. So again, we really appreciate the our presenters helping us out with this part. And as we're doing this, I don't know if you all received the brief or were told the format beforehand, so apologies if you didn't get the whole format. But what we're trying to do is about 20 minutes of talk and then leave some room at the end for discussion so we can go over these things. And if you're all right with that, I can sort of give you a hands up at 15 minutes and we'll take it from there. We're a little bit off schedule, but I think we have some breathing room in the schedule, so we're not going to be overly militant. And your slides are in the this one. Oh no, sorry. Sorry.
Just back to slideshow.
Yeah. Oh, and
Well, that's me.
that's Nancy. She
I'm
does.
short enough that my head not getting cut off. From good. A benefit, right? So as Tom mentioned, I work with Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and I've been there for about the last 5 years, but I was working with them in my previous jobs. And the major focus of the programs I've been working with through the commission is exactly that. We've been trying to figure out how do we integrate data together from multiple state partners and tribes so that we can answer broad regional questions. And that's something that we have been working on for a long time, about 35, 40 years with some of our data systems. And some of the successes we've had with either the Dakota Wire Tag data system or the natural origin data system, or more recently, more along the lines of Data One, just making things a bit more easily findable in the salmon world. It had to do because we always had a very specific question that people were trying to address, or a very specific need or gap. So we're smaller. We're kind of like one of those smaller subset that you have on your graph, where we have a little island of folks trying to address the need that one day with this ontology could hopefully finally become discoverable and feed a much broader interconnected vision that we all have. So the one I'm going to be focusing on is one that we've been working on since about the 80s. It's evolved over time. Its latest name is Core Assessment Partnership. But we basically have been focusing on how can we get the most critical data elements that are broadly needed in the Columbia River Basin for regional decision-making or assessment in a way that's more easily accessible, better quality, can be reproduced, and that people can access. The way we started back in the 80s, was always trying to find that simplified pathway. How do we get data from A to B? We started off with binders. We still have residual binders where it's really like typed on this really old paper where people would just go, okay, everyone, mail me your data. We're going to put it in this little binder and then we mail it back out. And here we go, we got the data. But luckily, as technology got better, we did our best to keep up with it, which, as you can imagine, being a commission, you know, we're not on the forefront of things. The funding kind of limits us, but we eventually get there. We're persistent. And we kept trying to work with our data providers as well as our data consumers to keep pace with the technology they have. Because as much as you might want to go really quickly, you can't go as quick as what people can actually do in-house. If you're working with partners that are still using Access Database and can't use an API, you have to be able to support that data flow. Don't just expect them all to keep up with you. So it's been sort of a multifaceted evolution. We started way back in the 80s with those binders with the Northwest Environmental Database. We keep changing our name over time and our logo, but our mandate throughout all these years has been how do we get those data to those that need it. As I mentioned, we changed over time with technology. We became Core Information System. In those early years, we were really focused on trying to get data to Bonneville Power Administration and to the Northwest Power and Conservation Council. Those are the two that we've been doing the mitigation in the Columbia River Basin for the hydro system. But then over time, as we were able to gather more data and NOAA became a little bit more specific in the data they were trying to get for their status review to assess the status of endangered salmon, that kind of also helped drive what we were focusing on. And instead of having a bunch of data sets that captured a lot of content, which we still have, that's in another data system called StreamNet Data Trends, we were able to develop a much more succinct core assessment partnership that really narrowed in on, okay, what are those high level indicators that people need to do status review? And we moved off those paper, the internet got invented, we went off the desktop, and now we actually have APIs that people can interact with, as well as web-based queries that they can access those data sets and pull them out and put them into their own R scripts. The Core Assessment Partnership, which is the one we want to highlight today, that started back in 2010. That's when NOAA finally, helped in conversation to identify the very specific indicators they wanted: spawner abundance, spawner escapement, productivity, that brought all the states and tribes in the Columbia Basin together, especially those that worked with the StreamNet system, to figure out, okay, we have these data. Past few years, NOAA would call us up one by one and go, give me your data set. And then there's actually someone that's in this meeting today, she's in a different room right now, who actually helped us NOAA scientists call everybody up, get the content emailed to them. Took about 6 months, 8 months to do exactly that manual connection of going, oh, the next person, data set, I believe it means this, and connects to ODFW, and then she would call them up and go, is that really what you meant by that word? Oh, it's not. Okay, let's refine it. So it was like a huge 6 months. Okay, you know, it's also kind of like a job security thing, but 6 months of trying to get all the data together, calling people up, going, are you sure? Is this the latest version? What does it mean? Does it connect? And then with them helping us by working directly with the states and tribe, we were able to bring people together and go, okay, this is what you guys keep being asked every single year. Can we make this more efficient? I'm sure you wouldn't want to be out in the field doing your own analysis. So how about we find a way to develop a coordinated control vocabulary that we can all agree to for those metrics that NOAA keeps calling you about? And we did. It took a while, but we were successful. We started, like I said, in 2010. By 2015, we had most of the data that NOAA needed from the interior Columbia River Basin in that standardized control vocabulary. People were submitting it to us to the StreamNet data system, which we labeled the online queries assessment exchange, and it started flowing in. It took a while. It was impressive how long it took for people to come together and agree what a word meant. So what you guys are all doing with the ontology is not going to be easy, but it's really critical. When you get there, you know, the bang for the buck is just phenomenal. So they spent that time, they came to agreement. Like 5 years later, we had the data flowing for interior Columbia. 10 years later, by 2020, we had it through all the Columbia River Basin for all the partners. And NOAA was coming here to the Coordinated Assessment Partnership data system to download the data for status review. Wasn't always perfect, right? So there's still some times where they had to call up someone and go, I'm sure you have more data than this. Have you uploaded to Coordinated Assessment? And one of the ways that made this partnership successful is that we had NOAA on our side, the biggest data consumer. And instead of them just going, oh, okay, just give it to me directly, that's fine. They would actually point back to, can you please upload it into the Coordinated Assessment Partnership? So you have to make sure that you don't have people kind of going around you. Everyone has to be committed to using it so that they get the constant messaging of submit it to the system. I draw it down from here. You then have the metadata. We're sure we understand the data as you entered it, and then we can proceed with our analysis. So you have to have everyone on board, not just the data provider, but also those pulling from your system. Of course, to get that trust so that we would exchange those data, you have to have a data sharing and data use agreement. A lot of those 5-10 years when we started off was all about that. There was a lot of concern about, well, what happens if someone pulls my data and runs off, completely misuses it? You know, what happens? It's like, well, can't 100% control access if you're trying to make a public accessible data system. So all we can do is say, we are scientists. We do know how to chastise each other when we do something wrong. We've all seen those, you know, little things in journals going, opinion piece, someone did something wrong here. Or when you know, maybe took someone's photo and put it on your poster and then acknowledge it. We have a lot of peer pressure and scientific pressure that kind of keeps us in check. Yes, you might have someone that comes out of left field. Sometimes those journalists that think that are data scientists, they show up, they start playing around with the data system, they pull what they can. And they might not get it completely right, but one way you can kind of help those external folks when they do show up in your system is you have to have the human side of your data system. There has to be someone they can call, whether that's the data folk that originally uploaded the data or at least a point of contact, so that when that reporter shows up, which did happen to us, that's why I keep talking about it, shows up, she can call someone and you can at least try and walk her through with going, yeah, I know you think this field and this field, you should be able to just kind of compare them, like just like that, make my little graph, and you finally solve that question you've been looking for, and you wonder why the scientists have never figured out the answer. Well, that's not that simple. So you can start telling them like it's a bit more, you know, complex. It's all this metadata you should read. You probably don't have time to read all this metadata, so how about you call the ODFW biologist? The WDFW biologist, they can walk you through. But at least they have that point of contact to start a conversation versus just going, I found a data set. I'm gonna play with it. You know, so it's good to maintain both sides of it. The other thing we've learned through the partnership is you're never done. It's been really fun watching when I first joined my current role at the commission, I joined just at the time when people started realizing that for 10 years, they've been putting data in spawner abundance. But you know what? They actually meant escapement in some cases. So if you didn't have that constant dialogue in those committees that Jen and I and all the Pacific State staff and PNAP staff support coming together regularly, that would never have bubbled up. You know, just by coming together so often, looking at the data exchange standard, looking at the data, you go, wait, well, actually, I meant escapement. They're like, you should have told me, we're gonna split the field. You know, we'll handle abundance and escapement, define it clearly. So that's why you have to keep sustaining that community. You can't just assume you built it, it runs perfect, you got it right, and you're good to go. So since 2010, to where we are today, we currently have standardized data in the Core Assessment Data Exchange that's accessible for public use and others for 250 population or variations of population in the data system of salmon and steelhead. I say variations of population because when we first started out, we thought simple, we want metrics for every population. Very simple, right? But then reality hits. People don't monitor them that way. So some populations, they just can't tease them out. They basically get their data at the dam, and there's a bunch of them coming through at the same time. So we call that fine. We'll call that a superpopulation to let you know what's included in that indicator. So you also have to maintain flexibility. You may dream of the perfect system, but then you have the reality of what people are doing in the field and what they can actually calculate. So then it's sort of like a negotiation. And then you find a way of how you can clearly communicate that. So for those 250 populations / supergroups, we have over 8,000 records now for spawner abundance in our system, and lots of other records as well for the other 6 high-level indicators that the biologists all agreed to exchange in a standard format to the system. And like I mentioned, you can't stop checking for improvements. One recent aspect that we started tackling with Jen and Mari being on the forefront of that effort is looking at the terms and definitions in our system. So in 2010, we developed a data specification. It had the control vocabulary, it made sense to everyone in the room. And I think it's about 2 years ago, we had the CAP, Core Assessment Partnership Workshop. There's been turnover in people, new biologists are coming in. We all got together. We started talking about the data specification, right? It makes sense, right? We've got words, definition, all clear. Turns out, well, we lost some of that contextual information a long time through the turnover of people. And those words don't necessarily as clearly defined as we thought they were. So we had some items that were flagged, and that's fine, that's perfect. We're aware of it. We're working collaboratively to tighten up those terms and definitions so that it keeps making the system resilient over time. So we're tackling that. Mari and Jen have been working on it for a couple of years. We're about to launch the next section of that refinement process through the PNAP Fish Monitoring Work Group, where we think we've now tightened up the definition. We're going to test them out again, make sure how broadly do people interpret this correctly or not, or do we need to still refine them? One thing that we did learn from this process that made things a lot easier is that now that we have that community of trust and have access to those tribal state biologists as well as the database folks at the commission, having that forum and that experience as a group, as a subset of stamina experts that unite both the data being collected in the field and the data that are being exchanged through a standardized system, it's getting faster now. So about 3 years ago, we decided to tackle a new category of data, hatchery salmon steelhead data. And instead of taking the equivalent of almost 10 plus years to pull it off, it took us 3 years, which just blew our mind because hatchery data are not that simple. We thought for sure it was going to take a lot longer, but in 3 years, we had the biologists come together, tell us what data they collect, the ones that are trying to analyze it, what they want, came to agreement, we started doing flow testing, and it is now being exchanged. That group that took 3 years, we had 70 different people interacting with us. So it's and that's only, really Columbia River Basin with some Pacific Northwest add-ons engaged. So imagine if you're trying to do this for all of Canada or US or both, that is a huge amount of people you're bringing together. But they need to be all at the table because even if they can't quite exchange data right now, they might want to exchange in the future, so you need to still involve them so that when the time comes, they will be able to fit into this new system. Currently, earlier this year, end of last year, we turned on this new hatchery salmon and steelhead data system, which we're actually talking about later today in a different workshop. And the states has started flowing data to it, so they're kind of like testing it out. We're refining it as they're trying to submit their data, but we currently have data for almost 500 stocks, and again, variation of groupings of those stocks in the system. So in terms of interoperability, how you would do it, we actually benefited from someone at NOAA trying that just recently last year. A couple of years ago, 2022, 3 years, time flies. Eli Holmes from NOAA, she basically wanted to bring in even more data than what we have in our system. For example, we don't have data coming from the Northwest Indian Fishery Commission in our system yet. So she wants to take salmon data from coordinate assessment and then from partners that are outside of the Columbia Basin that are not in the system, try and see how she could bring their data sets, our data sets together. She focused mainly on spawner and fraction wild data, get an idea of what was going on. She wrote an R script that pulled the data from those different entities and pulled it all together so that she could see, could they more efficiently bring the data from different entities or groups of entities to do their salmon and steelhead status review. She did pull it off. Mari, who's also at this meeting, so you can ask her more about that, worked together on writing the script. They've made it available on GitHub, so people can actually also try it out and see how they can imitate that script. There was still a lot of interaction to do with the human component, so we're not perfect yet. The way we describe our data, our metadata, still needs to be a bit more strongly defined so that someone like Eli Holm could actually get further along before she started contacting us. But it was a good test. She was able to find the common metrics from these different entities, crosswalk them, pull them together. One thing she did find that's going to help us further improve the resilience of our system is we didn't actually do a good job of necessarily capturing the quality of our data. We basically exchange the data and we load with the best available data. That's the best available data, right? That should be very easy for people to comprehend. They come to our system and we call it best available data. But what does that really mean versus someone else's best available data? Where is it that quality so that people could have a better idea of going, oh, this is, this is the confidence interval around your data. And that's something that we've been trying to figure out how we can convey in our system. Some of our indicators, our biologists don't feel well, that's going to be kind of redundant. They don't feel confident giving us confident intervals. They say it's not really a really good fit. So we're trying to figure out like how else could we come up with some sort of standard metric so that if you look at Northwest Indian Fishery Commission, and that's something for you to do for us, Matt Jones, we want to find out like could there be a standard that where we can define that the data in my system ranks a B or C, or that standard is a D or E or something. So that we would have an idea of like, how can you handle those data? Can you treat them as equal in terms of quality, or is there some adjustment you need to make? The other aspect she flagged for us was some of the metadata was still not as great as it could be. And that's something we are aware of. We do have, for those that can't upload their data, metadata and monitoring resources, that's a pretty comprehensive way to detail the protocols you use, the methods you use, so people can access, not access, but people will do their homework and upload it in monitoring resources connected to the data set directly, then that would be pretty strong quality metadata. But we still have some other data sets that are associated maybe with an external report. And we're kind of trying to figure out the balance act of, can we give them an intermediate step where, yes, you can go read thousands of pages of metadata over here, or the structured metadata capture and monitoring resources, or there's something else you could maybe add in our system that would flag to let you know that, oh, the methods change between 2018, 2019, so don't be lazy, go read the metadata, something happened. Or one thing that we added recently was trying exactly to kind of indicate if you see multiple years of data, can you treat them as a time series or a consistency or not? So it's just earlier this year, we finally started working with biologists to indicate that in a different field. There's always ways you can keep improving, and why you have to keep the humans around. You can't let the data system just take off on their own. So if we were to do the integration process all over again, what Jen and I and everyone involved in Sport Assessment Partnership probably would agree is you need to first talk to people. Unfortunately, we're still not at the point where we can just rely on what's written in the metadata or in the field description. You need to be able to talk still so that you can find out what's actually connectable. And then manually we would crosswalk the terms and then write the script so that we could extract and translate. If we could all get that ontology in place, that would take another step out of that manual process and make it way more efficiently. So we're looking forward to see what comes out of this workshop, because we can easily start adding the standard ontology, and we can do the crosswalk within our system to that broader ontology standard that hopefully make it easier for people to interact with us. We are also testing out right now through a salmon data tool where Katie Barnes, who's online, and Monica, we're taking a step further. So we're testing out how well we can do integration through a new salmon data discovery tool where we're not limiting ourselves to the core assessment high level indicators, but we're trying to bring every aspect of salmon information that's available that NOAA uses together in just one standardized system, standardized in the metadata is standardized, not the actual data field, to try and see, can we make those data become more easily accessible and discoverable. And hopefully, when the ontology and the keywords get standardized, we'll be able to crosswalk our metadata standard terms that we're using to help discover these data sets, whether it's GIS, data sets, environmental condition from the ocean, so that we can again become discoverable and feed this broader effort. And that's it.
Okay.
I think the last thing Jen wanted me to show you is this. Lots of boxes, not a simple step, but the more we can start automating the flow, the better it will be.
Great, thank you. I'll invite any questions from the online or in person, and I've got a couple of things I wanted to ask you about myself.
Thanks for the talk. I was just curious, you kind of alluded to population, like how you define population and superpopulations. Do you ever have instances where you have, I'm speaking from a BC context, where you have data sets that are at different population scales that might overlap? And how do you, how do you deal with those?
We keep them separate. So it would be if you have an estimate for an actual NOAA defined population, but then you have another individual collecting data that feeds an estimate that combines multiple subset of those population, we treat them separately in the data system. So you call it, that's your super population, or your, I can't remember the smaller subset population. So if we have like 3 levels, one is the population, one is the aggregation of different population, and one would be, it's a subset, which for the life of me, I can't remember this morning what we call that one, which is just a portion of the population. Yeah.
And so those would be like entirely different data sets, not just like a different, I don't know, like
It'd be a different time series. Yeah. With like, we create the estimate for this particular grouping. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have a question about the data quality that you talked about. I mean, it's like what you say about biologists often not being very willing to or feeling confident about confidence interval, but also especially when you start bringing all these data together and you start aggregating, then even if you have for some of the data some confidence intervals, how do you deal with that then once you start aggregating all of them?
So we leave the aggregation, well, the state and tribal biologists are the one that calculate the estimate. So they do it as their best available estimate with their best available data. So we rely on the expert telling us this is the best that they can generate for that population. Then when it comes to the super consumer, we would have to ask the actual data consumer, like know on how they use it. And Katie, not Katie, Casey online could probably explain a bit more. It's not that they don't feel that they are willing to provide the confidence interval, it's just it doesn't match for some reason how their data is collected. So we've been trying to figure out how can we come up with that other metric of quality, but we're not quite there yet. But if you want to know how NOAA deals with it, I have to defer to Mari or Katie, since they're the ones that have the fun. And they're online, so I don't know if they want to pop up. See.
How did you get individual data providers to let go of ownership of the data?
They still have ownership.
But I mean that they don't allow, they tell you, I have a data set, but you can't see it. I see that all the time.
So I think probably what helps us is that public funding is what's helping collect all these data for the most part for the states.
You had carrots and sticks.
The tribe, you mean, oh, carrot and stick. Well, we don't really do a stick at all, but,
Budget.
some get funding, not all. So the Colville tribe get a bit of funding to submit their data to us, but then Nez don't directly get funding from us. So it varies. I think part of their biggest carrot is the fact they had to spend 6 months of their life talking to NOAA every year, trying to explain. So when we were saying, well, do you want to keep doing that, or can we be more efficient? And then you don't have to spend 6 months of your life trying to explain your data set and figure out what to send. So that was, again, I think that's where the success came from, is that we had a very specific data consumer with a very specific need that was repeatable. So since it was constantly being asked the same content, it benefited everyone to go, well, these data are publicly accessible. If we do an extra few steps, submit it in a standardized way for an assessment, there'll be less of that back and forth with the data consumer to explain. The other part, which is sort of associated to what you just brought up, is when we first started, not everyone had internal data management capacity. And they did not all have the ability to exchange with us in an efficient manner using an API. So what we did collaboratively, we have a core assessment partnership core team where we identify potential for proposals. Brody Cox is online from WDFW. He's like awesome at finding potential sources of money. So we collaboratively took on the core team the work of writing the proposal, working them with the involved states and tribes, saying we're about to write this proposal. The whole point of it would be to help either, help you build your own internal data system, or help you exchange with us, or help us define a new control vocabulary. So we have like a bit of that startup money, you could say, where we try and do. There's some other tribes that we work with in the Klamath Basin where, they're just trying to get electronic data tablet in the fields. So we took it on ourselves, like, okay, we'll do the proposal writing. You tell me what story I have to put in here, because you know your needs, but I'll write it. We'll manage the grant, and then we'll get the money out to you and find ways to buy you those electronic tablets, find someone to help write the script for you, or help teach people. So you have to find that money so that they can actually engage and help them build that capacity.
Wonderful, thank you.
Good job for the question.
Yeah, can we go over here?
Oh, yeah, and there's presentation.
We're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm super curious, especially thinking about, how you automate these things. And one of the biggest steps, obviously, is getting people on board and getting people to not even just agree to contribute their data, but recognize that they have data that has value. And I'm sure that you went through a lot of this, but I'd be really curious to hear what kinds of things you found that not you can really automate a human interaction, but with this idea of, I guess, takeaways that would help in future projects when you're trying to get people on board and even find people that have the data, kinds of, overarching lessons learned you have on that end of the kind of data integration.
Like a new type of data component that
Or
they don't realize would be valuable.
or ongoing
Mhm.
people that you're trying to collect data from or get on board, those kind of machines.
There's a couple of ways we do it. Sometimes you get easy, everyone just wants to do it because they find it more efficient. What the other part that helps us get people to be on board is having their funders make it a requirement or start putting pressure on them to play. So we have another data system that hopefully we'll at some point have the bandwidth to modernize it, where it's a huge come and dump your data set in here. And people are doing that because you're getting increased pressure from their funding entities saying you need to make your data accessible. And we're like, well, you can put it here if you want, and then we'll provide you the URL. But it's been around for a while and it needs a bit of cleanup. But that's a good driver. One thing we discovered, sometimes the funders, depending on who the funder is, they're a bit of a challenge for them to put that pressure on their recipients. So it may take a bit of time before they eventually get to that point. But, you know, one funder we have, I think it's taking them close to 13 years really to really start putting that pressure just because of the politics involved in a relationship. But the desire is there. The other one that we have dealt with is sometimes because you don't have the trust yet, the way we get around the trust is we will build a much more overly complicated data system, which we just built one recently, and Greg on our team had the pleasure of doing that, where we had to build with so many user permission restriction going, entity A can upload and see their own data, but only 2 people in entity A can actually edit it. The other 3 can see it, and then, but they want to share, but they don't want to share openly. So we build another functionality that says entity A is willing to share with entity C, but not B and D. So we're hoping that that's like the first step. And then once they start realizing that they can build that relationship, then we'll be able to take out some of those user restrictions. And then since we always want to try and keep some of the content public, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what of all the data that we're putting in here that you guys are kind of willing to share, but not really, but sort of, maybe depending on who it is there anything that we can provide public access to? And then it'll be like, okay, you're allowed to let people know that if they find a PIT tag, they put in our system, that it's been detected by entity C. That's what you can put publicly. It's like, oh yeah, that's the first step, we'll take it. So we put that in there and then we go from there. So sometimes it's just, you just have to take your time and try and see can you get anything and can you get them comfortable enough sharing, and then over time, see if you can get it more and more publicly accessible. There's some content obviously sensitive, you will never achieve that. But you might get the sensitive content to be shared in a collaborative system that at least those that need to have access to that sensitive data, like commercial fishing data, they can, and it's still efficient, but you don't make it public because it's too sensitive to be shared directly in a format that it's in. So different approach. You have to be flexible, creative, find a way.
Okay,
Hey,
thank you.
Tom, I'm gonna jump in and give you a time reminder.
Yeah, thank you. I think,
I was just gonna add to
Yeah.
that, Nancy mentioned the salmon data discovery tool. There is a poster during the poster
Oh, yeah,
session.
thanks.
So please visit the poster to find out more about that, data system as well.
yeah, great. Thank you for your questions. And we are going to move on to the NuSEDS on the Canadian Open Data Portal. I'll just give a brief introduction to this. It's Canada's Pacific salmon open data set for monitoring escapement across the systems that we manage. And our work in this.
Is it the separate one?
Yes, we'll have a Olympic. Reason we're looking at this one is because it has similarities to the data that Nancy just talked about. So,
It just can't escape.
thank you. So we have Bruno Cartuarn joining us from the Pacific Salmon Foundation. And Bruno, if you don't.
Computation.
Yeah. Hang on, that looks.
Good, can I?
Yeah, you should be.
Oh, no, you have, oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So, in Teams, you're seeing the presenter view, not the, you got the,
They don't see if I do that?
no,
No,
you've got
wait.
the presenter view in
Right.
Teams. You just need this.
Welcome. Yeah.
There you go.
That's good.
But no.
So they don't see me doing this.
They see that.
Yeah, they
That's
see
exactly
you.
what you're
You see
seeing.
me?
They say you on.
Okay,
Okay.
go. All right, so hello, everyone. I work as an analyst at the Pacific Salmon Foundation and in the Salmon Watershed Program. And I've been involved into digging deep into the NuSEDS database and trying to fix a lot of the issues in the database. And I'm going to be sharing a bit of my pain with you today. Oh. So again, the NuSEDS, it's a huge database managed by DFO, and it's the most accessible and exhaustive database for Pacific salmon in Canada. It provides counts of spawners in their respective streams, and they can be grouped by their conservation units. So I don't know how familiar are Americans with conservation units, but they are groups of multiple population that are all genetically closely related, and all those populations that belong to one CU are genetically different from population that belong to another conservation unit. So it's a higher scale, it's a higher biological scale than the stream level population. And there's data dating back to 1920s, and it's for BC and the Yukon. So it's a lot of data. Why do we need this data? When I say we, I mean like myself and my colleagues. First, being at PSF, I'm involved into providing the data or part of the data for the Pacific Salmon Explorer. So the Pacific Salmon Explorer is a database and also a user-friendly interface where everybody can visualize all the salmon-related data that we collect, clean, organize, and also produce. And we can see it spatially. We can zoom in and out in the different regions in BC and the Yukon, and we can see different type of data from the spawner survey data, which is the smallest scale at which we can look at spawner abundance. So here, for instance, we have a zoom on a map in the it's in the Fraser, and we can see all those dots here are location of streams where spawners come to spawn, or at least pass through. And for each of those dots, there is a time series of spawner abundance. And so here is an example. And so for most of the data that we show for spawner abundance, it's coming from this NuSEDS database. So it's very important for, like, the NuSEDS data is very important for the Pacific Salmon Explorer. And it's so just to highlight a little bit, the tool, the NuSEDS data, it's two huge data sets that are not they're not at all user-friendly. And what the Pacific Salmon Explorer, what we're trying to do is make all this data easily accessible and visible, and this data can be downloaded. It's clean and it's downloadable after. So in general, why do we need this stream level spawner data? Not just for the PSC, but also in general for management, to be able to manage Pacific salmon, to have healthy overall Pacific salmon and resilient salmon and resilient and sustainable practices. So because if we monitor those stream level population, we can know which population or conservation units are doing well and those that need recurrent intervention. We can assess the environment impact of certain stressors on those populations. And we can also assess the effectiveness of recovery action. So this small stream level scale data is really key for conservation. The other reason why I've been involved in Clean NuSEDS is because we have this manuscript that we've submitted to the Canadian Journal of Fishery and Aquatic Science, and it's under revision right now. Emma Atkinson, who's here, is leading the paper. Another leader of the paper is Stephanie Peacock at PSF. And I will be presenting the paper and the result of the paper tomorrow at 2:20 in the adaptive management session, if you want to know more about it. In this paper, we look at, so it's called Monitoring of Fisheries or for Fish. Declines in monitoring of salmon spawners continue despite the conservation crisis. And we look at the evolution of monitoring efforts in Western Canada by counting the number of population monitored, which is what we have here on the y-axis, over time. So that's a graph showing overall, and then here's by species and regions. So we work with NuSEDS for this paper as well. And for those who work with NuSEDS, you probably know there's a lot of issues in it. There's a lot of problem with the time series that we have. There's time series that are discontinued. There is duplicates data points. There is data points that appear into one time series, but actually they belong to another one. And there is some weird combination of both. And so if we don't really deal with all those individual issues, and there's hundreds of them, then we just have to discard all of these data. And so we lose a lot of valuable data because of that. And I think a lot of people have struggled and suffered from trying to fix those issues, and it really requires a lot of effort. I personally put months into this. We're finally getting to a point where I think we have a pretty good, clear, complicated workflow to deal with those fixes, and it's all documented now. There's this R Markdown document. It's a very long document that shows all the different steps that we took. It's illustrated with the figures, and we say, here we merge those data time series, and here's why. Here we don't. Here's why. It's all accessible on GitHub. There's the code there. And I'm going to share a bit of that process with you today. So the goal of the analysis and the variable use. So for the Pacific Salmon Explorer, well, the goal is to provide this clean spawner stream level data in a way that, so it's clean and it's also easily accessible. Then we also use some of the fields in NuSEDS to quantify quality data scores at the stream level, but also at the conservation unit level. We also reconstruct CU level spawner abundance from those stream level data. And then from that, we can calculate biological indicators such as the trend in abundance and the biological steps. For the paper, we look at the number of population being monitored in their respective stream. So when I say a population here, I'm talking about those group of salmon that all belong to the same species, the same conservation unit, and they all come to the same stream to reproduce. So it's a time series that a population would be associated to a location and a population identification number and a name, and there is data points of spawner abundance over time for a population. And so we look at the number of population monitored overall per region, per species, per CUs. And here, for instance, we can assess the number of CUs or the proportion of CUs being monitored over time. So those are CUs with at least one population being monitored in a given year over time. So when we download NuSEDS, there's two data sets. There is all area NuSEDS, which I'm going to call NuSEDS. And then there is conservation unit system site, which I'm going to call CUS. And I put them in color so we can associate which fields in those data sets are uniquely present in each of them. So the blue field are in area NuSEDS, the orange field are in conservation, you need some system sites or CAS. And so the goal, what we want to do is we want to merge those two data sets because, so here we have all the time series data. So we have the population ID, the population name, the year, and then we have different fields for that are counts of number of spawners. And here we have, with this data set, we can find where the locations, the streams are. We have the Y and X longitude, latitude coordinates. And we can also associate all those time series to a given CU. And so that's very important if the goal is to work at the CU level. So we need to be able to associate all those time series to a CU. The issue, so normally we could use two fields for that. There is a population ID and what's called the GFE ID, which is the stream ID. So we just like those two identification numbers, we could just simply merge those two. The issue is that they don't align very well. So those are the number of populations, the number of time series in NuSEDS or in CAS. And in blue, we see that there's almost 4,500 time series that do not have a reference in CAS. So we can't attribute a CU to those time series. That's a lot of data points. So that's one problem. And then if we don't deal with, if we don't want to deal with this problem, we just remove a quick cleaning. It would be to discard all those time series, and then we lose thousands and thousands of data points. Then there is some issue with the data structure. So a CU would be associated to multiple streams. And then in those streams, there should be only one population of that CU coming. If there is two population of that CU coming in that stream, that means it's actually two time series of the same population. So that should not happen. And there's a lot of cases where this happens. Other issues are there's population that are found in multiple streams. And that should not happen because a population should be defined for a given stream. So by looking at those different type of issues and by digging deep in NuSEDS, we can find some mistakes in the code. I'm going to share with you a handful of those. So for instance, if we look at the time series, they're in NuSEDS, but they're not in CAS. And if I look at, so here we have the red one that we see behind doesn't have a reference in CAS, but the blue one has, and the blue one is the same species, same location, and we can see clearly, boom, if we put those two together, oh, it's actually 100% duplicates. And so that's a mistake. So we can just simply delete the red time series, and here we correct NuSEDS. In this case, again, we have the red time series. There is no reference of it in CAS. So if we look at other time series of the same species and same location, we have two options. We're like, oh, we have a spring Chinook and we have a fall Chinook. So if we look in the field population, we have an indication about some information about the time series that is problematic, and the timing is unknown. So we're like, oh, okay, in this case, I can't really decide if the red time series should be merged to the blue one or the green one, because I'm missing this key information, so this time series is discarded. In this case, so again, we have this red time series. It is not in CAS, and here we had to go even deeper to really rescue the data, because so we have the population name is early summer Sakai, and the potential alternative series is summer Sakai, but if you look at the CU name of this alternative series is Fraser early summer timing. So early summer timing, early summer Sakai, we're like, okay, this is mergeable. So we can change basically the pop ID of the red and put the same pop ID of the blue. And so that's how we merge this time series to the blue one. So the data is rescued. I'm going to share two more examples and then I'll stop here. But I just want to share a bit my pain because I did that over a lot of those time series. Here is the we have two problems. So this time is the blue time series is now in CAS. And also we're in a case where we have the same pop ID in two different locations. Okay, what happens if I look at the problematic time series, which is in blue, and then the alternative one, which is in red? Are they compatible? They look like the data is compatible. But if we look at the field water body, so it says an indication about the name of the stream, it's not the same location. The problem is that there was no coordinate for the location of the problematic time series. So in this case, we did not merge the two time series, but instead we added the reference to CUS. So we added a row to CUS, and we found coordinate using Google Map, just to try to not discard the data. Last one here, very nice long time series. It goes back to 1980 and it's updated. There is data point 2023 that was updated this year, but it was only added to NuSED, not to CUS. So there's something that's missing somewhere in DFO where the person who added the time series to NuSED didn't consider or couldn't add the reference to CUS. So we don't know to which CU this time series belong to. And there's a lot of those cases. So what I did here, I used the Pacific Salmon Explorer and I used the CU shape files, and I used the coordinates of the location and found the CUs which the coordinates were intersecting and troubleshoot it like that. And so I could rescue a lot of data points using this method. Oh no, there was another one. It's a bonus example. Complicated cases here again. We are in the problem 2. So there is two pop ID, there's two population, there's two time series coming in the same stream at the same moment associated to the same CU. That's not normal. And if we look at those, well, we clearly have something weird. We have like duplicated data point here, and here we have like small counts. It's the same place. So what we do here, we delete those blue duplicated data point, and then we sum those up. So the data here is cleaned. I'll stop here. If you want to know more, go to the R Markdown document, and there's a lot more of those cases. Some unresolved issues I couldn't fix. Well, there's a lot of shorter time series that I couldn't invest time to rescue. So we discarded hundreds of time series with less than 4 data points. There's a problem with the NAs versus the zeros. There's some weird pattern happening in the data. So for instance, here in the Fraser, we have all the different population, and we show if it is non-zero, it's a black square. If it is 0, it's a red square. If there is nothing, it's an NA. And we can see clearly there was a change that happened somewhere in the data, maybe related to a change in monitoring method. But we have a lot of 0 that appears here, and they were not there before. So accounting for the rows or not I think is important, especially if you want to say if monitoring happened or not. And for now, the easy fix would be to change all the 0 to NAs because we just can't know really what 0 means in those cases. Yeah, quick little comment about GFEID. It's a bit incomplete data set. There's streams that are being referenced, but there's no coordinates. And then there's multiple GFEIDs with different names, but they have exactly the same coordinates. So it's not exactly where the salmon are being monitored. It's because it's a reference to the mouth of the water body. So like for big rivers, then you have multiple locations that would be referenced to exactly the same location. That's a bit an issue if you want to represent this data spatially. And last point, but that's not related to necessarily the issue in the data set, but it's more the issue with NuSED and how it's managed. So the lack of continuity to documents in NuSED in certain regions. So we don't know from outside who is in charge of NuSED, how NuSED gets populated, why is it not populated, for certain species in certain region. And when we ask people at DFO, they often don't know either. So for instance, there is data from the Yukon that was put to NuSEDS until 2008, and then there is no more after that. And when we ask people who are in charge of collecting this data at DFO in the Yukon, they're like, oh yeah, well, we don't know why it's not being put in NuSEDS. And so that's a real issue. I think there's lack of maybe stewardship of NuSEDS that would allow NuSEDS to be filled across the entire DFO organization. And I think that's something that needs to be fixed if we want to use all the potential that this data set has, which is huge. So again, all of this is detailed and accessible in this R Markdown. The code is available. I'd be very happy if someone at DFO could take this and then fix NuSEDS. I'm happy to help because I've spent so many hours digging in there that I think it would be too bad if that just can't be democratized and help everybody so they can use the data. And I think that's it.
Take a few questions and maybe we'll have a break for comfort break. But yeah, go ahead.
First, I want to say I feel your pain because NuSEDS is very painful, and I think some of the questions that you raised, I'll also be talking about NuSEDS, and we can resolve some of this. But I think just for like the broader audience, I think that there's two key lessons to take away from everything Bruno just talked about. The first one is that all of these problems that you flagged are partly a result of this many people contributing, and it's the same kind of thing that Matt and Nancy were talking about, that you set up the structure and then people start feeding in, but there's turnover and there's just changes and there's maybe not the capacity. Like some of the data gaps that you see is because people might have had 2 area biologists, but then now they only have 1 and there's 2 positions pending to be filled, and then the new people coming in have to get up to speed. And so it's, as Nancy was saying, the human side that accounts for a lot of this. Some of the duplications and errors that you find is just, people enter something, then somebody else 10 years later does a review, fixes it, but doesn't know how to delete the old record. So some of that, more details later, but I think it's the many people contributing that accounts for parts of it. And then it's the other element is reviews like yours, having not an opportunity to feed back in and say, okay, so now we've flagged all of these issues. Ideally, if you had the time to speak to, not try to defend this, we found 10,000 errors, but for this particular system, if you had a chance to sit down with the local biologist and say, let's fix this, and then as Nancy was saying, it has to be fixed, not in your data set, in your post-processing of the NuSEDS data, but it has to be fixed at the sourcing point. Yeah. And I think that's the closing the loop. That's often the big challenge. Like all of this will always come down to you found the error, but you don't have a venue for helping them fix it.
Yeah, and we don't know who to call back at DFO, so I started sending emails to different, I mentioned in the slide, Wu Zipek, who is in charge of the database, but I think he's a database manager, he's not a biologist. So he said, he said something like, I'm going to try to fix NuSEDS, so this is very useful. But I don't know who else is going to be able to reach out at DFO to help that, because you need the people, the biologists, to be able to tell that time series actually is not, or it is part of this one.
I think it's all the lessons you had there were fantastic. And it's really interesting thinking about how, if NuSEDS is a community of practice, you're saying you're having a hard time, say, promulgating shared definitions and shared, how do you define zero and that type of thing within NuSEDS. How would you say, take the lessons you learned and try to make it so that another transboundary data set, if you went to the Stickeen River or you went to the Columbia River, could the lessons you learned and try to integrate escaping data from NuSEDS be applied to those other regions, or is it just totally separate set of issues from the NuSEDS from say another escapement database.
Maybe we pick that up after the break, because I'll be talking about sticky software.
There we go.
And then it reminded me of one thing, the zero versus NA and this break in like the late nineties. I think one thing that you see is that recent efforts on cleaning up the data, you kind of work backwards. And it's this, okay, we've tried to verify everything, but the cutoff date usually is, okay, let's try to go back to the mid 95 or 98 and a lot of data sets, like anything earlier hasn't been vetted the same way as the more recent data. So it's just, nobody's had the time to do that zero versus NA going back further. People just trying to
Okay,
get the recent timing cleaned up.
and this is not communicated? Or is it somewhere? How do we know, like,
No,
NuSED user, how do we have access to what's going on with NuSED? Like, is there a clean process happening or is it not? And
yeah,
because all people are just duplicating the effort, maybe there's someone else who is like feeling miserable right now because they're deep into NuSED, and if we could stop the suffering of those people, that'd be
of
great.
course.
It's not only for Salmon, but.
You're not alone, like at one point, I don't think that's there anymore, but at one point, OpenGov, like the website that he showed where you can download this data set, it had like a comment section. And there was this like long list of comments, people saying, what the heck is this? I think they've turned that off since then, but everybody's struggling with the same, like, how do you make sense of this?
Well, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm afraid you've got another century of work in front of you here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the tip of the iceberg, right? Underneath this are all of the biological characteristics, age, sex, length. Underneath that are the stream information logs themselves. NuSEDS is a synthesis of what happened in a stream, and there are many records within an individual NuSEDS. And what's really interesting when you look at them is the extent to which salmon escapement data observations are a competitive resource shared between humans and bears. And then a huge number of the stream information logs say, we got started, we had to quit, too many damn bears. Have you seen that?
Yeah, okay.
In fact,
That's
this
fascinating.
NuSEDS data has all this information about bears. It's really an important aspect of what happened in the actual field.
Are you talking about the NuSEDS database or like the Basin themselves? Like the old physical report?
Oh, wait, I need Tom's help in this way.
Like the bear observations, would those have been in, I don't think they're in NuSEDS necessarily, but are you talking about like the physical,
Like
like
field notes.
field notes?
In the field notes, there are observations of bears. In some parts of NuSEDS, there are bear observations that were recorded because a particular program may have said we need to record bears these few years. But that's not a required field for all programs. So it's only useful in that context.
And the public facing version does, or?
I'm not, I think in the cleaned up one it does, but it wouldn't really be useful unless you knew which program specifically asked for bears.
And then as we look forward into the future, we will be aware that in the future, the management of fisheries of salmon will be at much smaller scales than these CUs. Even the populations will come down to what is the tribe of salmon using this spawning area that's actually the constant conserved group. Yeah, and then after that, all of the blanks in the picture that are there will have to be filled in by extrapolating and interpolating from what we have observed to all the places that we have not been able to observe, trying to rebuild this whole century of what happened everywhere. Yeah, it's not a small job.
It is not a small job, and I do want to give you a little bit of hope that we're making some effort right now in terms of making these sorts of cleaning efforts on the data, as well as addressing some of the root cause issues we're talking about with having data standards to adhere to and a place to put them. And people like Wu, who's online right now, are working really hard to make sure that we can take these sorts of observations and bring them into a clean data set. It is a big task, and your efforts are appreciated. Yeah.
Could you mind if I add one last comment?
Yeah, go for it, and then we'll take a break.
The only other contextual comment I was gonna add, and speaking of like another century of work, is that this was just to, part of this work was just to be able to assess, yes, no, was it counted?
Yeah.
And one of the aspects that I've dealt with in other work is a lack of information on enumeration method. And so we've had this, for me, working in like specific systems where I'm producing stream level assessments, for example, I've ended up, speaking of talking to the regional biologist, showing my results to the regional biologist and us going population by population and him being like, no, that uptick in Chinook wasn't a recovery. That was that they switched to a fish counting wheel and all of a sudden the counts went up. And there's no way for me, often there's no way to tell that just from the data set. So
And this is what I meant when I said you have to be very explicit about those methods.
Yes.
Because your interpretation.
Which in theory, there is a method. This is what's particularly dangerous is in theory, there actually is a methods field. So you might look at it and say, oh no, there's the methods field, but it's empty for one part of the time series or it never got updated. And so, yeah, that's just another.
Actually, some of the hot ID issues that you flagged, they come down to this, that it might be the same physical population, but the survey changes.
And they were like, we'll make it a new
like
time series.
I've been talking about it, like, it's not really a pop ID, it's a survey ID. Right? And so sometimes the survey changes, but they give it the same survey ID because it's pop ID, but other times the survey changes and it becomes a new pop ID, even though it's just the same population with a new survey.
Which you cannot, that probably in the moment seems like a very reasonable decision.
Yeah.
And locally, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what they did locally. Until you aggregate up to this level, then you're all of a sudden like, oh, there's thousands of these decisions.
Yeah. Or you're trying to go back 15 years and the people aren't around anymore.
Yeah. Anyway, let's take a 15-minute break and we can come back and continue discussion about the NuSEDS cleanup. I'm going to introduce Gottfried Pestal, who has been doing a lot of incredible work digging back into the past, the guts of NuSEDS to derive incredible and useful insights. So thanks for joining us today, Gottfried.
Before Gottfried speaks, maybe we should mention we're the on the fly nature of this. We're going to push the 30-minute talk scheduled for 11:30 to after lunch. So Shirly Stephen will introduce knowledge modeling after lunch, and then we'll be great because we'll go right into the exercise of actually doing that. So thanks everybody for being flexible.
Yes.
Now
Thank you, Jen. All right, go for it.
Thanks, and I'll switch over to my computer after I share some PDFs. I think that's the virtual share on the screen. I'm logging into the webinar. So I'll pick up where Bruno left off and talk about some NuSEDS challenges in particular and just more general pain and headache over the last number of years. Actually, we didn't have a chance to coordinate this, but it's interesting that where I'm starting up with some important reminders about NuSEDS, which is exactly some of the issues that Bruno flagged. And I'll go through 3 specific examples. So I'll give you a high-level overview first. Southern Basin Chinook data for status assessments, and then Stickeen sockeye data for an escapement goal review, and Yukon Chinook data for an escapement goal review as well. And I'll give you some comparison across the 3 examples of some general challenges. And then depending on time, I've got very specific examples of issues from those 3 that I can spend a long time talking about. So we'll see how that goes. All of the examples I'm pulling together with, I'll show you, they come from a set of data reviews that we publish every time we have a project now. And we spend a 6 month or a year and a half cleaning up the data. We try to publish a report after to put in a lot of the information that gets compiled that doesn't fit into any database. So we don't have a way of feeding it back into the original data set, but at least it's published and documented somewhere, and I've put them all in this Google Drive link drive. We'll get them from you later. So important reminders about NuSEDS, and that this is totally my perspective, but that's some of it that's said already, but NuSEDS uses this label called POP ID, but they're not really population estimates. They're what I would call survey records for assessment programs that DFO stock assessment is either implementing or is collaborating on. most of the time, but not always that. I think that definition holds. There are some spawner surveys in BC and the Yukon that are actually done by the Salmon Enhancement Program, so by hatchery staff. And they go into a different database that's called EPAD, but some of them also go into NuSEDS. So there's these kind of two competing sets of salmon information. And so this idea that a survey record equals a population estimate, you can't assume that that's the case. And as Bruno was just saying, it's a big struggle to try and figure out which cases that applies, but you don't have information in NuSEDS that allows you to just filter out the ones where they are actual population estimates. Couple more important reminders. As the survey programs evolve over time, in some cases there's a change in the POP ID because it's now a new survey. If you keep thinking that a POP ID is actually a survey ID, it still covers the same population. There are a lot of POP IDs in there for exploratory surveys. So there was a big push to expand stock assessment in the late 90s and early 2000s. And so there's a lot of surveys that came online and then stopped. And so that's, you see like a peak in POP IDs. The other thing that's in there is that for some species and areas, the assessment program focuses on a key indicator that's assessed every year. And then these rotating spot checks of other spawning location or potential spawning locations to see if there's any shifts in distribution. And so these are not populations that are consistently monitored. There may actually not be anything there. That's a lot of the zeros and NAs might explain this, but it's just like, oh, there's cases where the hydrology changes and some interior coho might shift to a different watershed. You have to keep checking the landscape to see if the salmon move around. And so again, if you think of it as a survey ID, then I think some of your questions might get resolved with that. You have to remember that a lot of POP IDs are for different surveys on the same population. And then, as we've talked already a lot about, is that different agencies or even different projects within the same agency might have a very different definition of what a population is or a stock aggregate. And so if you put all of that together, there's a lot of pitfalls when you're trying to match the NuSEDS data to population level spawner estimates from some other agency. And none of you here is surprised by that, but I think people outside this room not really aware of just how much headache and pain goes into the data that before you can start analyzing it. So high level overview of the three examples. For Southern BC Chinook, the main task was to come up with CU level spawner estimates. For a status assessment, there was let's say maybe a year and a half, 2-year process back in 2009, 2010 to build a data set. And then there was a large workshop, 40 people over 5 days or 4 days set together to evaluate the status given this data. And so for these Chinook CUs, the assessment, the stock assessment focuses on indicator sites. And so what we built back then was a code base that takes the raw NuSEDS data and converts it to usable peer-reviewed estimates of CU level index of wild spawner abundance. And that index word is important. I'll talk about that more. And we actually needed to compile a lot of supplementary information to filter and process the NuSEDS records to get this consistent index. And so since then, we've been doing periodic data updates to this. They're always coordinated regionally, but all of the people side problems that have come up in the previous presentation were there too. So in terms of some general challenges for this, we built this supplementary information, but who keeps that up to date across different areas? The biologist in Kamloops is not gonna take on a job of maintaining this database that deals with the West Coast of Vancouver. So, and regionally, there wasn't anybody to keep that going. It's the same with the code base that was built. And then things change, methods change. So who coordinates and decides on if methods have changed in one area, who coordinates that across areas to keep things consistent? So one big example there is how you treat the hatchery influence to extract a signal for the wild population. Now there's a lot of P&I. I saw that in one of your slides, right? Like how to handle that, that's new, but how do you propagate that through all of the data sets? And I'll show you a specific example that actually looks a lot like the plot that Bruno had as the very last figure. So I have some of the same kind of diagnostics and NuSEDS. The second example And I started with the Southern BC Chinook one because it's the one that's most closely, it starts with NuSEDS and does stuff to it. I'll show you two more examples where it's the common case of NuSEDS is just off to the side, and for the actual use, there's a different pathway for the data altogether. So Stikine sockeye, it's a fairly typical example of a northern transboundary stock where the assessment focus on the Canadian side is on border passage. So there's some assessment program at the border, it gives you a total number passing by. And then you try to parse out stock level estimates from that based on surveys on some tributaries, some stock ID at the border. And then sometimes it's like border passage minus major stock gives you the abundance of everything else. So you don't have like a survey for the everything else, it's just calculated from the pieces that you have. And so I'd say the big general challenge for this is which of these pieces of data that in some contexts would be considered raw data, but they're not really raw data, they're estimates produced, which of those fit into regional database like NuSEDS and maybe some other databases. And then the big challenge there is how we get CU level estimates, the kind of thing that Bruno and Emma are looking for. So here's a quick summary of the system. You see the at the border, there's some assessment here, and then the major piece of information is a counting fence at the outlet to Tartan Lake, where you have adult enumeration in the fall, and then you have a small program in the spring. That is the kind of best piece of information that you have. There's overflights on some of the tributaries, but what you actually get is kind of in terms of a data flow, is you have the weird counts in Tartan. That's the piece of information that goes into NuSEDS because it's a survey. There's a survey ID that's kind of tracked. But the information that actually gets used, you have to first split that out into broodstock and natural spawners. The broodstock information goes into EPAD. Then the natural spawners, you have to break out into wild versus enhanced origin. So you need a piece of information on the proportion of enhanced, and that's not something that's in NuSEDS. So by the time you get to a wild spawner number, you need all these other pieces from other databases that you can't get out of NuSEDS. And then there's this other stock where you don't actually have a survey on it. It's just you use the egg diameter from samples at the border to come up with a stock proportion at the border, and then you expand the breed count to get one. So for a regional data set of spawner estimates, you want this number, but it's not a survey result. It doesn't fit into NuSEDS, which is a repository of survey information. Where does that live? And right now, these are locally managed data that are published through Salmon Commission reports, but they're not like digitally easily accessible. So I think that gets at some of the kinds of questions that you're running into. And so then the final example is the same kind of challenge as on the Stikine sockeye I just showed, but on a much larger scale. So this is for Yukon Chinook. It's a very large stock aggregate. There are many different surveys that involve DFO, ADFG, National Marine, Anyway, and indigenous organizations. And it was a very large project to complete a data review and build a model that does a Basin run reconstruction combined with a spawner recruit modeling. So this was kind of on the scale as what was Matt was describing. The modeling was like 4 PhD level analysts, Corey Cunningham and Brendan Connors and others. And there was maybe 30 people or so contributing pieces of data. And so I guess the general challenges I want to point out here is that that was built at the stock level, where for the Canada-US bilateral purposes stock is like Canadian component of Yukon Chinook is one stock, and then there's middle Chinook, middle Yukon and lower Yukon. Like these are the stocks. That was built right now. There's a big effort to take the Canadian portion of that and recalculate it at the CU level. But again, the question is which of these pieces go into a regional database? So it's the output from a Bayesian run reconstruction spawner recruit model is not usually what would be in like a regional data set on spawner abundance. That's a pretty far down the road of data processing there. And then as others have said, like once that's done, who maintains the data processing and the run reconstruction after that large project?
Sorry, the computer just wants to restart on you.
Oh, okay. Time's up. So again, to illustrate, here's the scale of what we're talking about with Yukon Chinook. The main pieces of information, there's near the mouth of the river, there's pilot station, there's a sonar program and a market capture program. Then there's all these overflights, counting towers, counting fences, and there's tributaries, different stretches of the river, kind of side watersheds like the Canada. And a part of the star goes up the main stem, past Eagle sonar across the Canada-US border. And then you have on the US and then the Canadian side, you also have a market capture program. And then again, a set of sonars, counting fences, stream walks, overflights. And when we talk about a population or things being double counted in NuSEDS, here's a good example. So on the Pelly, there's some years where you have a sonar. There's many years where you have a counting fence in Plank Creek, and then you have overflights and so on. So really, you can't just add these three up because you'd be double counting, and they actually don't cover the same range of years. So in this case, what the model is actually doing is taking all of this information and assigning uncertainty to each record from each survey, like a CV. And then in this integrated model, they try to, it estimates what the underlying abundance was at each part of the river. That makes sense to all of the surveys that are serving the different components, and makes sense to the smaller recruit model, like the Ricker Alpha and Beta, that gives you the multi-year pattern. So they say, oh, any individual year might be off in the estimate on the pilot sonar, but you get some upriver information that might adjust it and so on. So it's not this end product, which is a very high quality series of spawner estimates, is not a data product the way we would think about it in a data. Like it's the end product of a very, very complex analysis. And so my question then is, which of these pieces should go into a regional database? In NuSEDS, you will find some of these pieces, some of these individual pieces, but that doesn't give you a usable time series of spawns. Some general challenges, just for comparison, what was the final data product? So for Southern BC Chinook, we built a consistent index of wild spawner abundances for about 40 CUs. In this case, for most CUs, this data currently doesn't get scaled up to a total abundance for the CU. It's just like a consistent index, and there's various reasons for that. And you don't have matching recruitment estimates. So most of the work and the assessments at the CU level and lower focuses on this, just filtering out all the low quality data and getting a consistent index. For the other two projects, it was really completely different focus, which was we want to do an escapement goal review. We need spawner recruit data, but it's at the stop level. And there's these run reconstructions that were done. How am I doing for time? Do you have a few more minutes?
5 more minutes.
Okay. So how does NuSEDS fit into the picture? Southern BC Chinook is the only one where we actually start with NuSEDS, and we have some automated data processing that merges in all of these three examples, right? But it merges in other data sources and a lot of supplemental information that we've compiled and tried to maintain. For Stickeen Sockeye, some of the survey data is in NuSEDS, but the project relied entirely on local files. And like I said earlier, one of the stock level estimates is actually calculated based on the expansion of another. So it's not something you would find anywhere other than this locally maintained data set. And then finally, for Yukon Chinook, again, some of the survey data for the Canadian part is in NuSEDS, but what the project actually had to do was work through this intensive data compilation step to feed into that massive model. And I don't know if any of that information that was collected fed back into like NuSEDS or the ADFG equivalent of NuSEDS. It's just its own set of information now. Single biggest data challenge, I think in all cases, and we've heard that in the previous presentation, is always the process side. If you're in this room or online for the session, you love data wrangling and our scripts and queries and stuff. We can do that, and we can do it pretty quickly, right? But the process element is what turns it into months and years and decades of pain and headache, right? So I'll go really, really quickly through some specific examples of data challenges. In terms of this concept of what metadata is, I think in Salmon world, we take a bit of a different view. Like a lot of the descriptions and choices that are made. We call that metadata, whereas in like in the oceanography, metadata is like what exactly was the satellite and that long and those kind of things. For us, there's a lot of description and narrative, I think, that goes with the data. And so in the Southern Precision Look example, I'd say there's a lot of stuff that was hardwired into the data processing code, like about filling and quality filtering, that is not in the database. It's just in this code now, and that's not really accessible for a broader audience. Like somebody like Bruno or anybody would know where to find that, right? For King Saga, I think one of what I would consider metadata is these detailed data treatment flowcharts that we came up with, like the simple example I showed you. And there's lots more in the data report and the appendices. And then for Yukon Chinook, what I consider the metadata that came out of that is that we ended up with a very detailed description of each survey program in like a long text. And then we had an inventory of major changes, which was a CSV table, and an inventory of potential data issues by year. You know, this year we might have had a problem because we had to pull the fence early because of flooding or whatever it was. So we have that as now in a digitally accessible format, and it was fed into the Markdown report. So that, you know, you can keep that. If you have the people updating it, we can update the report easily, but it's keeping the process going to maintain that. And so that's in the appendices in the Yukon data report. Record merging, we already talked about this a little bit, but on the Southern BC Chinook example, what the code currently does, it checks through NuSEDS and this EPAD database. And then from the 2012 workshop, we have a verified data set, which is, it sounds a long time ago now, but there was a big effort to verify records, and not all of the errors that we caught back then were actually fixed in NuSEDS. So we still keep this kind of verified data set around. And so what the code does is if only one of these three sources has a record, then you use that record. That's the best you can find. But if there's more than one value for a particular pop ID and year, then you use NuSEDS over EPAD for the spawner estimates. NuSEDS is focused on spawner estimates. And you use EPAD over NuSEDS for the broodstock estimates, because that's the hatchery database. And then you use the 2012 verified records over all the other sources, unless the NuSEDS record has a date stamp that's more recent than 2012. So NuSEDS, when you make a change, it puts a date stamp on it. And so you can see if the 1998 record was recently updated, and then you use that. But EPAD doesn't have a date stamp, so we can't kind of know whether or not it was recently changed or something, so it defaults back to the 2012. And so just to put some numbers on this, or from the data report that we put out in 2020, the merged data set had about 12% more records than just the raw NuSEDS record. This is just pulling stuff in from the verified records from EPAD. Aligning records, this is, we already talked about this, but it's basically where if you keep reminding yourself that NuSEDS has survey IDs, not pop IDs, then as surveys change, you have a lot of examples where you might have done 2 tributary surveys for a number of years, call it pop ID 1 and 2, and then they switch to a main stem survey, call it pop ID 3, and then to get a meaningful series, you need to, in the early part, you need to sum up pop ID 1 and 2. Maybe you have to expand it based on the ratio that you get from the overlap years, and then assign that to the third pop ID. And this kind of stuff is impossible to catch. Like what Bruno is trying to detect that from the database. I think you can't catch that in the NuSEDS records, right? Like you have to vet the data with the local experts if they're still around and sort it out. Couple more specific things. NuSEDS has or in general, you want to classify or categorize, rate each record. NuSEDS has an estimate classification that's standardized times 1 through 6, with 1 being high quality and 6 being very poor. And then it has a number of fields that tell you something about how the estimate was derived. So there's estimate method, and then there's 6 fields for enumeration method, 1 through 6. In the Southern BC Chinook data treatment, we use the estimate classification to filter out low quality records. So anything that's type 5 or 6 gets dropped off. But we haven't been able to build like a consistent rating or taxonomy for all of the information that's in these enumeration method fields. And you were talking about that already. But a new Chinook, which, like I said, bypasses NuSEDS altogether. We compiled a true-false rating for whether or not an individual record was usable for the run reconstruction. And for each of these records that was flagged as don't use it, the local experts had to provide a rationale for it. And so that's tracked in the data set. These 5 years don't use them for reason X. So we don't have a standardized terminology for that, like Nancy's been describing, but at least there's some words in there to start when you start standardizing. And all of these ratings and explanations, they're going to turn and make it back into DFO or the AGFG regional databases. But I mean, the data structure is there. It would easily fit into something if we knew if there was a place to put it, right? In addition to just rating the individual records, what we did for Southern BC Chinook was we also applied a rating for the individual series, individual pop IDs. And there was three pieces of information we added to that. So one was a classification of each survey site or each pop ID. Perfect. So as either a persistent survey or a data deficient where there's like one occasional surveys, rating as an aggregate pop ID, which would be double counting if you sum that up, and then errors that should be just deleted. Then we had an enhancement classification, which was high, moderate, low, or unknown, and we have detailed guidelines in the data report for coming up with that rating. And then there's a start year, which is the first year that you can use the data because earlier data hasn't been vetted. And so that's, in most cases, that's in the mid-90s, late 90s at some point is that start year. And so for the status assessments, we only use sites that were pop IDs that were classified as persistent surveys with lower unknown enhancement after the start year. And so these filtering criteria, they are nowhere for somebody like Emma or Bruno to find. In the Yukon Chinook, there was just a working group consensus on which surveys to include in the run reconstructions and which ones not to include. And again, that hasn't gone anywhere back into a database. That's just, for the run reconstruction, we've used the following, but it's not findable outside of, if you don't know there was a run reconstruction and you have to look in the appendix and you can't find that. And so I'm out of time. I will pull up an example just to show that. Or later. We'll send it around.
You can give us a teaser.
I'll just to show you how much data gets filtered out. And we'll send them around somehow.
Thank you, Gottfried, for that work.
Thank you.
Questions? For me or for? Okay. Fire away.
Yeah, thank you for that talk. I really particularly love the visual you have of kind of the counting. That's really wonderful. And I have a lot of questions, but maybe one question I have around the pop ID aspect, and this is maybe also a question for Tom, is like, have you thought about, or do you have a vision in terms of like your ideal NuSEDS output for how to deal with that pop ID survey records? Like for me as a user, I feel like my ideal, like I might want to do my own run reconstruction, so I know the under the hood of that. But in terms of like for a particular system, having a time series where like those method changes have been dealt with or at least documented, I feel like for certain uses would be really great, rather than like, oh, I thought these were two populations, but actually they were someone's method of basically denoting don't compare these, which I can totally understand that rationale. But on the kind of other end of it, that's hard to deal with. So I was just curious if you kind of, maybe you haven't got there in your thinking, but yeah, what your vision would be there.
Well, I could take a first stab. And one of the things we're trying to do is separate out like the sampling process from the biology. And the thing about the biology is that it changes. Like we get new genetic information, and now like we're looking at two separate populations where these ones are the same. So we need to be able to manage that independently from the sampling process. And so right now working a lot on the sampling process and documenting that more, more efficiently, basically, for people in the field, so that it's easier to follow a data standard and get all the right information more quickly to the decision-making process in a routine way. So that's one part of it. And the other part is sort of merging that with the analytic and biological and research processes, which need that information and some infill information as well to be able to make sense of this stuff coming from the field. So we're not at a solution yet, but mostly focusing right now on like cleaning up the data capture side of things.
I think one of the things that came out from your comment that I think is really not always recognized is that there isn't a single integrated data product that is the right way to integrate data. So for different analytical purposes, sometimes you can put two columns of data together with different methods and it's fine for that analytical purpose. For other cases, that may not be. And so it's really interesting, like when you try to build these community-wide databases, I think this idea that you flag the methods and you can trace it back to the way it was is really important. If somebody wants to take a different method for doing their analytical reconstruction, they can do that if they have that basic. If you just elide it all and put all that data in the same column as if it's the same, then suddenly you've lost that ability to trace back how things. So,
Yeah, which also connects to like that comment, which I thought was really interesting around like usability and rationale, because that's something I've noticed is like sometimes regional managers are so close to their system that they're like, no, you can't use that data set. But from my perspective, I'm like, well, I'm actually asking like a fairly coarse question at a pretty broad scale. And it would be a real shame to lose that data that would have been actually just fine. And that part I found.
If I can add to that, we have two answers for you. One, when it comes to that change of method over time, we came across that recently, and it was the flip side of that happening. Sometimes they change the method, but it's actually not that big of a change. So they want to flag that you can actually still continue using the time series as one, even though they've changed the method. Or it's a real big enough change you can't. So we added another field that basically the biologists that they submit per the agency, they basically indicate, oh, these have different trends ID, but you actually can use them together. So we just added another encrypting one. And then when it comes to the package, which is what I call what you're trying to do, like the package with the code and everything, that's what Monica and Katie are also tackling with the Salmon data discovery. So they basically decide to go, well, we need the R code, we need the data set, we need the published report so that you understand what came out, it does do all that. So they're packaging it up as a package in the Salmon data discovery tool. So you're not going to have one data system that can do everything you want.
I did love the comment about the descriptive metadata as being sort of how we make sense of these things that other people have done in other contexts that we think we know about, but actually we're just sort of guessing most of the time. So we really appreciate the work that Jen and others have done in monitoringresources.org, which makes an attempt to document all of that stuff
in a searchable manner.
Yeah. That said, it's not actually in anybody's job description to do all that maintenance of data and methods, and it's just like a side of the desk activity for a lot of people. So it's unless we can find efficiencies for people in their work through this standardization and cleanup stuff, then it is often a hard sell to say, hey, can you write down a bunch of extra metadata here?
Yeah, but this is where earlier I was saying that I think there are some shortcuts that can help with that. Like, so you were giving the example of the difference between a population ID and a survey ID. And you've got a column labeled pop ID in a database, and they're kind of those two concepts are conflated. But if we have a really good community definition that there is such a thing as a survey, there is such a thing as a population, and we can agree on what they are, then it becomes much easier to label a data set in a way that everybody understands what the thing that's in that column represents.
Yeah.
And right now, people use the same words in different ways or the same labels, and it's somewhat ambiguous. So I think the idea of like having a community agreed upon vocabulary around the difference between a population and a survey is super important.
Yeah.
Then you don't have to have a long textual description if you say, this is exactly what I mean by this particular, although you need everybody to understand that and not accidentally stick a bunch of survey IDs in when they really need population.
Yeah, so we are in the process now of like, first of all, deconflating all the different concepts that are inside like this count. Like in NuSEDS, you've got a count, right? But actually that's, like you said, a bunch of different surveys that have gone to a place. And in that survey, they'll have looked at a bunch of different places, and in each place, there will be a bunch of different counts. So we're now separating out the fact that you've got a count ID that refers to that particular place and time. And also like talking to the different areas who have different ways of describing those things or even different methods and saying, all right, are there these concepts that help us come to that agreement? Thank you. We are getting into our, if we can just wrap that one up, we've got one more talk before lunch. Like Jen said, we're gonna shift Shirley's talk to after lunch. And right now, Brett, if he is online, Brett is taking one for the team right now. He's not feeling great, but he's agreed to give us a brief discussion on best practices for salmon data mobilization. And Brett, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you want me to present, or somebody there have to do it?
Why
Okay.
don't you share your screen, Brett? I think that's what we agreed. If you want. Thank you, Brett. Nothing can stop us. Not sickness nor travel restrictions.
Great. So somebody just has to approve my request to take over screen sharing.
I'm not sure we can do that.
Sam, is that you?
Maybe Gottfried.
Sam?
I didn't get a request.
Oh.
Like, let's see.
Usually you just take control, Brett. Up at the top, there's a black box with share and an arrow up. Just click on that. You should be able to just take it. There you go. Now we're just go to presenter mode and perfect.
That little dialogue there is going to be recorded.
You can see this okay?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Looks great online.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for giving me the chance to talk here. It's been great hearing everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. Yeah, my 1-year-old just started daycare, and for anybody else who's been in that position, it's just a roller coaster ride of getting sickness as she brings home new bugs from that cesspool. I mean, her daycare. So yeah, anyways, happy to be here. And my name's Brett Johnson, and I do have a confession to make. I'm obsessed with salmon data, like many of you in the room as well, I'm sure. Yeah, I guess I have a, probably not a unique set of experiences with salmon data. I started off working for the Hackeye Institute, doing juvenile salmon research, and over the course of about 5 years or so, we had a time series and really wanted to integrate that data with more regional data sets, and found it really difficult to do. Even finding data from the Strait of Georgia, where we were doing our research, was difficult, which really, I think, kind of pushed me towards more data science and data stewardship. And it's where I started to focus my work. While I was working at Hackeye, I had the opportunity to work for the Canadian Integrated Ocean Observing System, or with them, through my work at Hackeye, and we're developing the national system for making interoperable oceanographic data, which led me to some work with Mark Saunders and the International Year of the Salmon, doing really similar work, kind of nested under the Global Ocean Observing System umbrella, trying to bring together all the salmon data that was produced from the high seas expeditions that occurred over 3 years with the IYS. And that kind of led me eventually to DFO, where I'm at now, as the program head for a new data stewardship unit. And yeah, data stewardship, I think, is kind of a new idea, and it's not always a funded position, but it's been encouraging to see this funded within DFO, and I hope that it continues. beyond March 2026, when we're currently set up to go to. But I think most of us probably understand the salmon data problem. So maybe I'll just skip through this and be pretty quick. One of the challenges that when we were designing the International Year of the Salmon kind of data system, we were thinking about what technologies we would want to use to make sure that the data from these high seas expeditions was broadly discoverable. And so I did some work just using digital object identifiers, and using the DataCite API, I was able to just query for any data set that had the word salmon in it. And similar, I think Matt had a figure similar to this, but from the Data One network. And this just shows, the top 10 institutions providing salmon data sets with DOIs. And there's definitely some familiar faces here, but some are missing as well. We hear a lot about fair data, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And I think getting findable is for sure the first step. It's hard to get anywhere if we can't get data findable, which kind of led me to think a little bit more about, what are some kind of fundamental practices that we as a community should think about kind of converging on, whether that's making data sets findable with DOIs or some other method. Of course, this matters for a number of reasons, but a lot of us struggle to find and integrate relevant data. We have a lot of transboundary or cross-agency, requirements for data integration. A lot of the work that we do, salmon are obviously crossing boundaries, and we need to be able to integrate those data sets. And it's currently really time-consuming and hard to do that reproducibly. For example, like what we heard about from Matt earlier with SASAP, it's a huge effort going into creating those integrated data sets, but difficult to reproduce. And similar with this paper from Randall Peterman on the coast-wide decrease in productivity of sockeye, as well as this more recent paper from Sam Wilson looking at the phenological shifts, with Pacific salmon. Those are both huge efforts in data integration and really difficult to, I think, reproduce. And so without the kind of a common set of standards or fundamental practices, it's going to remain difficult to integrate these data and do these things reproducibly. So what is data stewardship? I guess good place to start. Really, it is the practice of managing, preserving, and sharing data in a way that ensures its quality, accessibility, and usability over time. And most of us do this off the side of our desk, but as we're producing more and more data and there's more and more standards out there and more requirements for these integrated data sets, it becomes overwhelming for biologists to do that off the side of their desk. Hence why I think programs like the Data Stewardship Unit exist. And so it involves establishing data governance frameworks. So a lot of that is roles and responsibilities, but also data standards, implementing those data standards and ensuring compliance with best practices. And really, eventually, data stewardship, we hope, will enhance interoperability, support decision-making, and enable that kind of data integration across institutions. So Jen kind of mentioned, I think, that we've been meeting as kind of an ad hoc group since about 2020 through the International Year of the Salmon. We kind of started this collaboration where we would meet with different partners and just talk about how do we mobilize salmon data. And one of the things that we've been working on is this manuscript of, putting together some fundamental practices or a practical guide for salmon data stewards. And there's kind of a few missing pieces here. More community engagement and review, I think, of these suggestions and these practices is definitely needed at this stage, which is why I'm presenting it here to get input from you all and to invite you to collaborate with us. And more specifically related to what Shirly and Matt are going to talk a little bit more about this afternoon is, our knowledge modeling concepts and some of the more technical details of how we're actually going to do that. Seems to be the missing piece. We have a good sense of how to make data findable, but to make them interoperable, we need kind of a common process and framework to do that. So far we've got about 7 best practices, and I'm not going to run through all of these. I'll keep it pretty short. I think I'll just go into 3 of them, but you can see them here: establishing clear data governance. So some of that comes down to having data management plans, but also clarifying roles and responsibilities. Yeah, I won't talk too much more about that, but the second one I think is important, reusing existing data infrastructure. There's a lot of really great infrastructure that's been built, whether that's data cataloging systems like Data One, like Matt Jones mentioned, or the Ocean Biodiversity Information System. There's a lot of great standards and platforms that exist out there. And while it's tempting to recreate something new, there's always, I think, something that we can take and kind of build from or build on top of. Using persistent identifiers, so digital object identifiers, I think that is an important one. It's more than a few different types of persistent identifiers, but I'll get into that one a little bit more. This fourth one here is about providing accessible and persistent data infrastructure. So by accessible, I mean making sure that data are openly accessible, whether that's using an API or the data can actually be downloaded from a catalog. And persistent, I'm just referring to kind of these long-term archives where we know that the data will persist, where they're kind of backed up in multiple locations, for example. Promoting data sharing and attribution comes down to licensing, so applying licenses for reuse, but also citing data sets when you're using them in papers. This is becoming more of a common practice, and I think that's just going to increase in popularity over time. So formally attributing data set producers when you reuse their data in papers, that really helps people reuse and find that data. And the last 2, I think, just what we're focusing on here today is standardizing metadata and terminology. How do we go about doing that? And lastly, fostering and engaging with community building. I think, that could be said of many different scientific domains, but it's certainly the case in salmon data that, there's so many people working on these issues that we really need to work together and figure out how to do that effectively. So a little bit more about persistent identifiers. I'm not going to go into all these details that are in the paper, but yeah, I invite you to reach out to me and we can figure out kind of next steps to coordinate all together and work on this. But using ORCID IDs, if you haven't registered for one, is a great way to individually identify yourself as a researcher, and it links you to different publications that you've had. That's an example of a persistent identifier. Some journals ask you for an ORCID now when you publish. You should also check to see if your organization is registered with the Research Organization Registry, another type of persistent identifier. And DOI is probably the one that most of us are familiar with, digital object identifiers. And this is getting more and more popular. Yeah, you can see in 2024, there looks like, over 2,500 DOIs with salmon in the title. I do think that is an important one, just sort of findability aspect. Yeah, and standardizing metadata and terminology. Like I mentioned, there's a number of different standards that are already out there, which may not be salmon specific, but offer us a kind of a basic foundation to build on top of, to make sure that we can make our salmon data more broadly interoperable with oceanographic data or other environmental data. So ISO 19115, or the data site, or the ecological metadata language, those are kind of internationally recognized metadata schemas. And there's this bit about controlled vocabularies and ontologies. There are some specific, kind of column level standards for biodiversity data that the Darwin Core set of standards offers, as well as the Ocean Biodiversity Information System, where they get into actually what specific value in a column means. That's your measurement type and your measurement type ID, right? So getting really granular when we're talking about what do we mean by fork length. And some of that work has also made its ways into the NC Salmon Ontology, which Matt Jones mentioned earlier, which we're going to figure out and talk about how we could potentially be contributing to that this afternoon. Right, and so a lot of it comes down to mapping your terms to already published terms or publishing new terms and definitions when needed. And I'll end on this one, which is really all about what we're doing here. So participating in these kind of community building events, you know, obviously I'm all for it. There's recently a salmon interest group, which has been established within the Research Data Alliance, which I would encourage you to check out online. The Research Data Alliance does a lot of great work. And yeah, some of the members of our ad hoc group have recently set up this salmon interest group, which might be a good venue for continuing some of these discussions that we're going to have today. I also wanted to mention, I think, something that Bruno mentioned in his talk, which is making sure we have these community feedback loops and communication of data set specific issues, for example, in NuSEDS. So how do we put in, you know, community forums or GitHub issues so that our community of data users are able to meaningfully contribute to data quality? And lastly, I'll just put another plugin to contribute to the Salmon Data Mobilization Best Practices manuscript. I think that will, you know, having more eyes on that and building that together as a community, hopefully we can kind of coalesce on a fundamental set of best practices that we think will move us in the right direction. I'm going to stop there and just leave you with a few questions that maybe, Tom, if you're in the room, you could help kind of facilitate this discussion, but relates about what do we need to do as a community to, what do we need to focus on to better find and integrate and reuse data, and you know, maybe what best practices we're missing from that list of 7 that I put up. Thanks for your time, everyone.
Thanks, Brett. And I guess I'll direct a question back to you first is if people are interested in collaborating on the manuscript, what's the best way to do that? Is that reach out to Brett Johnson at DFO?
I think so. We could, yeah, I'm interested if other people have other ideas. You know, I could schedule like a follow-up. I don't know if we have a consolidated list of emails from people attending this workshop, but I could send out an email to everybody as well, just to check in and say, hey, if you're interested, we could have a follow-up call and review.
Yep, sounds good. And from the room or online, are there any questions for Brett? Just going to the online chat.
I don't see anything in the chat.
Okay, well,
Rebecca
Brett
made a comment along the way about reusing metadata. Graham shared the link to the RDA, which I think I hope everyone's interested in checking that out. One of the things we've talked about is, you know, the reason we all help put this RDA interest group together is to give a little structure to our ad hoc groups that are popping up in various places. And what we're thinking now, the RDA interest group is brand new, but we're thinking that that can support what they call, I think it's work groups, right, Graham? So subgroups or task focus groups. Maybe the paper is one of those, Brett. We haven't really refined that. We definitely want to pursue next steps for this ontology development there. And Matt will talk more about that later. But we do, I think, have everyone's email addresses one way or the other, unless you didn't register with the conference and you didn't use an email address when you joined Teams. So if you just sort of slipped in the back door, give Tom Bird your email address if you want to participate in the future. Or join the RDA online and we'll track you down that way.
Yeah. If there's no questions from the room, I'm going to ask Brett to go back to your list of 7 best practices, because you had a question for the room, which was, maybe you don't have an answer right now, but from the perspective of the community that we're trying to speak with and engage with, what do these best practices look like to you? Does this seem like the 7 best practices, or are there other best practices we should be looking at? So if you feel like pondering that over lunch, or have a bright idea right now, maybe that's, oh yeah.
Well, perhaps the fair concept. That's not find reflected in these 7 best practices?
The FAIR concept. Interesting.
Oh, sorry, the care, sorry.
The care, right.
Sorry, care.
Got it.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think that was Catherine. I could hear you. So thanks
Yes.
for making that comment, Catherine. Sorry I couldn't be there. No, that's a great point. And I do link this point number 1, establishing clear data governance, to both the OCAP principles and the CARE principles. Yeah, no doubt we want to make our data fair, but we also need to establish that clear data governance. And a lot of the times if we're working with First Nations, then we need to respect the authority to control the data from their community perspective. So yeah, that's no doubt a big part of it.
Gottfried,
Is there covered under these 7, or maybe a separate one, this notion of, even when you start out, you think about the longevity of, what you've built will stay on even after the initial project wraps up? I guess, is there some way of, this is a wish list, right? Like in the wish list, pointing out that there needs to be, I don't know, I think Matt was in like ongoing support for people to contribute and keep things moving. I guess it doesn't line up with how projects are funded, right? Or even initiatives in the government. I guess there's always a sunset.
Yeah.
But so I think some of the best practices to point out that, people invest a lot of time and effort in building a structure and then a code package and all of these things. Like, how can you, from the outset, increase the likelihood that it will persist? And I don't know what the specific recommendations under that would look like, but it might fit under the best practices somewhere. Like, think about longevity of it somehow.
So I think it's a great point. I think there's a really strong relationship between points 1, 4, and 7. Like, when you build a good community around 7 and they establish infrastructure that can be persisted, then you need a governance model that allows everybody to feel like they take part of that. And we're not there. Like, we don't have that within groups, much less across all the groups we're talking about. Right? So yeah, I would say, I think your view of this as a wish list was totally great, but it's also not that specific to salmon data. Like, this is a conversation we've had among the group, is that these are the bunch of best practices that would be true of oceanographic data or of climate data or other types of things as well. And those boundaries are not very strong or clear, right? Like, what is salmon data? Like, does oceanographic current information or changes in, say, temperature regimes just offshore, is that salmon data? Well, of course, it's used for salmon analysis all the time, right? So it's not a really clear demarcation of what salmon data and what's not. So I think of these things pretty broadly, not as just like escaping data, right?
Do you have a section in there, like, what is salmon data? Have you mapped it out in the beginning? Because it is, I think you said that earlier, like, it is a different beast from other kinds of data. Like, there's a lot of data products that the groundfish folks have in terms of standardized reporting and integrated data, just because their surveys and their fisheries, everything is much more coherent structure, and it's not as dispersed, right? So I think we do have an extra level of challenge for salmon data.
My experience is if you dive deep into any data area, you find the same kind of like craziness, like maybe different issues, but just as many.
I had one thought about these best practices, and I don't know if it's a best practice that fits on this list or not, but hearkening back to our mural board and our introductions here, like, I wonder how much a statement of intent, like a statement of introduction and intent for the data and its use, is an important piece of context that often doesn't happen in the integration process. Because the reason why you want to integrate data will influence what metadata you actually need. And why you collected the data in the first place sort of informs what you think is important metadata. But without that sort of handshake and introduction and like, here's who I am and this is what I want, then it's easy to make assumptions. I'm going to wrap us up on time, half an hour late at 12 o'clock. And we're gonna reconvene after lunch for Shirley. So if we can be back here at 1 o'clock, then we'll all be fueled up and ready to work.
All right.
Okay, so do you want to introduce Shirley?
Sure, I'll introduce Shirley. You
Okay.
hear me? My headset's beeping at me. I'm delighted to introduce Shirley Stevens with the National Center for Ecological Synthesis and Analysis at UC Santa Barbara, I believe. I referred to it as NCEAS earlier, and she works with Matt Jones, who spoke earlier. It's been really a delight to work with Shirley, and has a whole different expertise. And I asked us questions about salmon, and we asked her questions about how do we get all this data into another state so we can use it more efficiently. So she's going to give an introduction to that and then walk us through some hands-on work. It should be interesting to do with those in the room, and we'll have a group online. So we'll have 2 groups. But thank you so much, Shirley. And like me, Shirley had hoped to be there in person, and I'm grateful that you persisted as well, Shirley, and are doing this from your office in California. Thank you. Take it away.
Thank you, Jen, for the introduction. And I was just curious if I can share the slide deck from my end. That way I can transition easily without having to ask someone in person to do that.
You should just grab the share button on the top bar where it says up arrow. It should just give you control. Yep.
Okay, awesome. Can everyone see my slides?
Yep.
It looks good.
Great. So hello, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session. And as Jen said, in this session, I will be talking about knowledge modeling for salmon data integration and in knowledge graphs. But more specifically, I want to talk about why and how we can work towards developing a reusable domain ontology for data integration in salmon research ecosystems. So Jen mentioned this, but I do want to reiterate that unlike most people in this workshop room today, I do not have a background in fisheries or in the salmon domain. My background is in geographic information science and semantic web technologies. So if I misspeak any terminology or misinterpret any terminology in my presentation, please excuse me, and you can always point it out to me. I would love to learn more about the semantics of the terms that I'm working with in this effort. So with that introduction, let's dive into the presentation. So earlier today in many talks, the presenters, Brett, Tom, Matt, talked about various salmon-related data portals or data repositories. And so by data portals, I mean basically centralized repositories where data is stored and accessed. And so, for example, the SASAP data portal, NuSEDS database, DFO's data portal, SalHub, etc. are some examples, right? And so at this stage, we have several of these portals or databases which are extremely valuable for data access. But as we've heard in the last few presentations, data integration between data sets both within a portal and across portals is still a huge challenge because of differing semantics. And so our vision is to move beyond this static model of data portals and transition to a knowledge graph approach to connect various salmon data sets. And so basically in a knowledge graph, data points are interconnected in a graph network of nodes and edges. And the most important point in a knowledge graph is that we not only store the data, but also store the formalized semantics alongside the data in order to better understand each data point and their relationships with each other. So basically, ontologies or these formalized semantics help in better data contextualization and data integration. In this table here at the bottom, I have a comparison between data portals and knowledge graphs in terms of data organization, data integration, semantics, and querying. I won't go over everything, but to summarize, in knowledge graphs, they are much more efficient in terms of data integration and querying. And this primarily is because of the deep and rich semantics that comes with the ontologies that is the backbone of these knowledge graphs. And so ultimately, this shift from data portals to knowledge graphs will help teams and organizations working with salmon-related data to perform more advanced analysis and also to collaborate in a much better fashion. And again, I want to reiterate that we are going from heterogeneous data in data portals to semantically harmonized and interconnected data in knowledge graphs. So let's take a quick look at a very high-level overview of the process of building a knowledge graph. So in the initial design phase, the user or a team or however you want to call that, identifies what their analysis needs are or what their data integration needs are. And I think Tom talked about this a little bit in our last talk about, this driving the modeling. So this is like the first initial step in building a knowledge graph. So identifying what the data integration needs are or what their objectives are, even with respect to a particular use case. So for example, we've been talking a lot in our RDA group about integrating escapement-related data. And once this is identified, then we move towards collecting data sets of interest that are relevant to the identified objectives and the goals. And once that's done, we move on to the next step, which is designing the ontologies that capture the meaning of the data in the data sets, but also the semantics that are attached to the specific analysis questions that you're trying to answer from across the integrated data. And so once the ontologies are formalized, the next step is data transformation, which primarily includes data cleaning, data contextualization, and creating these explicit links across data in different data sets, all using the ontologies as the modeling framework. And then once the data transformation is done, the output data graph along with the ontologies are loaded into a graph database. And finally, based on different user needs, interfacing front-end client applications can be built, and this all together can be considered a knowledge portal now. So in this entire process of building a knowledge graph, building the ontology is one of the most important steps because this determines the quality and the usability of the end product, which is the knowledge graph. So this ontology or set of ontologies, you can call it, forms the semantic backbone of the graph, and it determines how well the data is integrated, but also how efficiently you can do integrated querying across different data sets. And it also determines how the graph can evolve or scale as new data sets are brought into the knowledge graph. And so focusing on this one step of constructing the ontology or ontologies or knowledge modeling, how we call it, is what I will focus on in the rest of my talk. So previously in the first introductory talk, Matt in his presentation mentioned the development of the Salmon ontology in the CSAP project. And this Salmon ontology reuses or extends two other existing standard ontologies called the Oboe ontology and the Envo ontology. And this Salmon ontology was developed following a bottom-up approach specific to the datasets in the CSAP portal. And so the intention of this ontology was basically to serve as a metadata model explicitly for CSAP datasets. And so the question that later emerged, for example, in our Salmon RDA group was, can we reuse the Salmon ontology as a domain ontology or a common domain data model for broader Salmon data integration efforts, or even to like build a knowledge graph, for example? And the answer was, yes, we can, but we need to significantly improve, expand, and refine this ontology in various aspects. So over here, I've highlighted some of the ways in which we determine for the Salmon ontology to be improved or refined for it to serve the purpose of a domain ontology. So first, for example, we need to expand the conceptual coverage of the ontology. Like Matt mentioned, the focus of CSAP was in data sets related to age, sex, and length, and not so much on other population measures. So those corresponding concepts are currently not there in the Salmon ontology. So we need to expand the coverage of the Salmon ontology. Then we want to improve or optimize the structure of the ontology and identify specific levels of abstraction that we need to include at this domain ontology level. Then we want to improve the naming formats for concepts in the ontology. We want to include better annotations or metadata information. We want to reuse existing standard vocabularies, like Brett mentioned some, for example, Darwin core. How can we reuse some of those standards or even salmon-specific vocabularies that have been developed, say, by DFO or other groups? And lastly, we want to restructure this ontology into modules, and the intention of modularization is to make sure that it's reusable, interoperable, and can be scalably expanded. So with this goal in mind, we decided to use a design approach that is adopted in domain ontology development in other complex domains, but also for knowledge graph ontology development, which is the top-down, bottom-up approach, the integrated top-down, bottom-up approach. And the point is that for a complex and large domain, such as a salmon ontology, such as the salmon domain, it's really hard for us to dive right into the domain and say, okay, these are all the concepts I want to model. These are all the relationships I want to model. These are all the contexts that I need to include. That's going to be really hard. So the idea is that we start with data sets, starting with the bottom up, data sets, use cases, and questions that we want to answer to drive the development of the salmon domain ontology. So starting with this bottom-up approach, this is very data-driven. And the point is that we want to ensure that the salmon ontology reflects real-world data, but at the same time captures all the domain-specific semantics that have been captured in the various data sets and the various vocabularies. So in the first stage, after gathering all of the relevant data sources, we want to pull out concepts from these data sets. And by concepts, I mean like field names or attributes or narrative description, metadata description, or any associated glossaries and vocabularies. And in the next stage, once we have the set of concepts, extracted concepts, we analyze these concepts, try to understand all of the relevant associated context and meaning of them. And so one of the important steps in this analysis, in this sort of like formal concept analysis, is the use of is using existing top level ontologies and domain vocabularies as a guide. And the advantage of using these generic ontologies is that these ontologies, for example, on the right-hand side, if you see here, Oboe or Alltime, Geosparkle, for different domains, they've already been developed through extensive discussion, and they've been used in a consistent fashion. And so when we extend these ontologies, we make sure that the Salmon ontology is also interoperable with other ontologies that use these standards. And so in that sense, it promotes interoperability and scalability. But for our conceptualization purpose, one crucial motivation for using these top-level ontologies is in two specific steps. And I'll briefly highlight that now, but I'll talk more about this in detail in a bit. So first is concept decomposition. So the use of top-level ontologies helps us in making clear conceptual distinctions regarding concepts within the domain. So for example, taking concepts, these complex concepts in the Salmon domain, and trying to understand what are the classes versus what are the properties of classes. Or what are the entities or physical objects versus what are the physical processes and phenomena that they represent? Or what is the notion of space or time in this particular concept? And so making these distinctions is really driven through the categorization that is already available in these top-level ontologies. And then in the next step, both top-level and domain ontologies will help us guide in hierarchical clustering, which is basically class organization and hierarchy development, so designing classification schemes. Like I said, I'll talk more about this in just a bit, but the final step of the development process is formalizing the conceptual model in this conceptualization, you can think of them as being very crude. It can be in Google Sheets, it can be by drawing figures like schema diagrams or whatnot. And the last step is when we actually translate the conceptual model into a more formal ontology language. And we typically get to this point after rigorous iteration of the conceptualization in itself. We really want to make sure that we've got this right by collaborating with people across the domain, people working with different data sets, and so on before we move to the final formalization stage. I also want to point another aspect of testing the Salmon ontology once it's developed. So we can test the ontology for coverage and consistency by constructing dataset-specific ontologies that extend this more generic Salmon ontology. And so once we have these dataset-specific ontologies, we can use them for data integration and see how well we are able to do integrated querying over these datasets. So next, I want to go over concept decomposition and hierarchical clustering, like I talked about, which are not the only steps for ontology modeling, but they are two important steps that we will focus on in this particular workshop within the scope of this particular hands-on session that follows my talk. And like I said, the reason I want to walk us through this process is because these two activities will engage in our hands-on session in a bit. So what is concept decomposition? And to understand this, I want to give a little bit of background on what exactly concepts are in conceptual modeling. So in cognitive science, concepts are mental entities or units by which humans perceive the world and categorize things or real world phenomena. And so these concepts can be concrete or they can be abstract, right? And the point I'm trying to make is understanding concepts from a cognitive perspective is really important because this then helps us represent and arrange concepts in the ontology during ontology modeling. Now, in database systems, concepts are the fundamental units by which we organize concrete data points. So these can be entities or classes, how we like to call it. For example, salmon, or relationships between entities. For example, salmon inhabits a spawning site, or attributes or properties that are attached to the entity. So, for example, species name, which represents the taxonomic name of a salmon species. Now, the next important point is that concepts are always interconnected. And so this means that their meaning comes through their relationships with other concepts. So rather than being these standalone entities, concepts are always have a network of associations, or they're rather embedded within a network of associations. So for example, over here, salmon is related to spawning site, and we can say spawning site is related to a habitat type, and each can have its own classification, which can be interrelated. Another point to keep in mind is that concepts can be expressed in compound forms, and this is what is super important for us as we go into concept decomposition. So for example, compound concepts can be modifier noun phrases. And what this means is that the relationship between the finer level concepts within this phrase are implicit. So for example, let's see the term salmon spawning ground. Over here, there is an implicit relationship in this phrase. So the noun spawning site modifies the noun salmon, indicating that this site is specific to the activity of salmon. So the relationship between salmon and spawning site over here is understood contextually, even though that relationship is not explicitly stated. Another example of compound concepts are where there's a verb that connects two concepts. So over here, instead of like an implicit relationship, the verb actually establishes some kind of a relationship. This can be an identity relationship, or so by identity I mean say for example, a trout is a salmon, or it can be a membership of a class. So for example, saying Chinook salmon is a type or a subclass of salmon species. It could be that relationship, or it could be any other specific domain relationship. And over here, the example that I have is salmon and trout. So and is the conjunction, and it connects salmon and trout, the two entities salmon and trout. So both salmon and trout are of equal importance over here. There's no implied relationship beyond the fact that both are types of fish, right? So they're two independent entities, and the verb does not really modify one or the other entities. So again, this is a compound phrase with an explicit relationship. The last point that I want to make is that this sort of implicit and explicit information is almost always available in the metadata descriptions or definitions that come with these data sets. And these relationships can always be explicated by engaging with domain experts, which is why we want to do this as an activity with all of the people in the room today to see how can we take concepts, compound or complex concepts in these data sets and sort of explicate their context or meaning. So again, to reiterate, the goal of concept decomposition activity, which we will be doing in a bit, is to identify all the simplest forms of concepts and their contextual relationships that are not explicitly modeled, but we can identify from looking at the metadata descriptions or discussing with domain experts in the room. One of the important methods that we will use for concept decomposition, I mentioned this previously when talking about the integrated top-down, bottom-up approach, is to use top-level ontologies as a guide. So in our task here that we will be doing in a bit, we will use the categorization provided by Oboe as a meta framework for concept decomposition. So this figure over here shows the high-level categories or classes of Oboe and their interrelationships. And understanding this classification is important for the hands-on task that we'll engage in. So I want to briefly go over some of the definitions of these classes. So starting with entity. An entity is an object, or you can think of it as, a physical object that is the focus of an observation. So for example, a tree or a community, or in our particular case, you can think of it as a population group being an entity, for example. Then an observation.
Shirley, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
The IT group interfering with productivity.
Yeah.
Should I continue, or is there?
I should be able to flip the owl. Oh, it's back. So wait, one moment. Can you, we just lost the laptop in the room, so.
Okay.
Apologies.
No worries.
Well, it's to our benefit for those of us online that we're online today. We're seeing it just fine.
It's actually
Yeah, we can all study these concept
Right.
decomposition entities so that we excel in the next portion.
Like this thing that she's pointing out right now, the entity versus characteristic distinction. Basically, when you're taking a measurement, usually measuring a property. But that thing might be a physical object like a rock or a fish, or it might be a process of a rate of a metabolism. So but there's that entity that you're basically measuring of is an important concept. You try to understand what was.
So there's the other hierarchy of things called entities,
right,
and another hierarchy of things called
properties.
Characteristics. And then you could say this entity is linked to this property, and that's what I saw in this place.
So typically, you like if you imagine like I took the length of a fish. Or I could like say fork tail length as the method, right? So
method from an ontology.
That's right. So you would say you want to identify that, for example, you're taking a measurement of is an individual fish. It's a thing in the real world. The property you're measuring is its length, and the way you're measuring that length is using a particular named protocol that defines the semantics of that measurement. It's going to define things like the units, you define exactly how you did it. Two things that presumably take measurements of similar types of entities with the same protocol should be compatible.
And I can actually find a method and then see how that method was used somewhere.
That's right.
Like,
And you can find different methods that might be compatible, but maybe not identical. So you might find that fork length of a fish and total length of fish are actually very tightly related within species allometrically. And that you can, but you need to know that they're actually not the same. You're not gonna, one might consistently be 85% of the other.
You have to do a
You
calibration
have to do a calibration to know that you can integrate that way.
over there.
Yeah.
How does this scale up? And like the entity could be a population and the characteristic is the average length,
That's right.
where you have maybe 5,000 length measurements over 30 years. So that would be then like
That's a,
using the same ontology, but at a different scale, like the entity would be defined differently, but the one you were just describing would be linked to it. It would say that if we would call it a high quality average length measurement, if we have at least 500 samples a year for this many years, then we have a reliable trend of, and so I think so. Need, like at each.
No, you're right. You could say this is a population is the entity.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
this is a population characteristic, and this one happens to be biological characteristics, and it's mean length. So that's decomposable. I see that. And you can actually then understand that you can have a length of a fish, and that's different than the mean length of the population.
Yes, sir. Mean length and length are not the same property, right?
Shirley, can you hear us again?
I can.
Oh, we hear you as well.
Listening to the very interesting explanation that Matt is providing.
Sorry, Shirley.
No,
We're
it's
just
great.
filling
It's
the
great.
All right, thank you. Please
So-
continue.
so
Are you back? Back
Yeah,
online?
Laura rescued us.
All right.
I feel like Matt just walked us all through this distinction between these between these classes or categories. So I'm just curious if I can skip this or do we want to go over this again?
It's really important, Shirley, and I don't think necessarily everybody online heard everything, so you should probably at least review it.
Okay, got it. So let's start again with entities. So entity is an object or a process as indicated in the examples here that is the focus of an observation. And the observation in itself is, going back to this figure here, is this link between an entity and a measurement. So every observation corresponds to some entity and corresponds to some measurement. And there is also a link with the characteristic over here. I don't have it here, but it measures some property. And then we have characteristic, which is the property of the entity that is being observed in this observation. And then we have measurement, which is basically the value that is being measured, value of this characteristic that is measured in this observation. So whatever end result you have, it's linked to the measurement class. And then we have measurement method, which is basically the procedure or protocol or standard technique, that however you want to call it, that is used in determining this measurement value. And then we have measurement type, which is more of a compound class here. So measurement type is something that's linked to an entity. It measures a characteristic and follows a certain measurement protocol. All right, so with that, I want to use an example to see how we can do this. So I said previously that the narrative descriptions of concepts provided in the data sets will really help us in guiding the decomposition of data set concepts. So over here I have the definition of an attribute from NuSEDS, which is the stream arrival date from. Try to highlight some of the core concepts in the definition. I haven't been comprehensive. These are just some of the core concepts in my opinion, which is a little bit naive. You can think of this as a parts of speech tagging approach you would do in like an NLP task, so something similar, just highlight core concepts and relationships. And then what I did is map the highlighted concepts to the high-level categories in OBOE, which I previously talked about, but also some additional high-level concepts like temporal context and spatial context and so on. So over here, this attribute is linked to an observation, which is, again, implicit. It's hidden for an entity that is a salmon population group. Again, this is sort of like implicit over here. And this corresponds to the species type Chinook. Now, we don't see Chinook anywhere over here, but keep in mind this detail is sort of hidden, I think, in the metadata description of the data set itself. And this is something that Tom made aware to me because I couldn't see Chinook anywhere here. So, and I know there are plenty of people in the room who are NuSEDS experts. So you all probably are also aware of what species types are mentioned in NuSEDS. And then the temporal context, which is the arrival time of the population. There are two temporal contexts in this definition. There is season, and then there is a spawning start date, which is, again, temporal information. And then in terms of spatial information, there is the spawning ground where the population group arrives at. And I think there's one more which says the lower section of the normal spawning area. That I haven't like captured that here. And then this attribute is indicative of a measurement type, which over here is the biological process of spawning. And the fish that is observed here has certain physical characteristic, which indicates its health. So, for example, no fungus, white colored eroded fins. Again, this example is not comprehensive, or maybe not even the best example, but I just wanted to highlight the process of how we can do it. Taking a definition, breaking it down into core concepts and relationships, and then mapping them into these more generic categories in OBOE and other top-level ontologies. So I guess a question one can ask is, why do we want to decompose concepts from data sets and model the simple concepts at the domain ontology level? I think someone brought this question up in one of our previous talks. And the point is that these simple concepts at the domain ontology level are more flexible and they're easier to reuse when we build dataset specific representations or more complex dataset specific ontologies at the next level or the next tier. So for example, here I have a concept, the concept in yellow, natural spawner. I think that's, yeah, spawners total. This is a compound concept, which is a measurement type. But when creating an ontology for NoCell, we can map them to these more simpler concepts in the domain ontology and therefore explicate the context or the semantics of this compound concept. So here, by linking them to population group, which is an entity, spawner abundance, which is a characteristic, and the measurement, which is the total count value. Finally, coming to hierarchical clustering, this is pretty straightforward. So once we have done concept decomposition, the next step is hierarchical clustering. And in this stage, we take all of these simple concepts that we identified in the previous stage and basically organize them into broader categories or classes and build hierarchies. So for example, again, going back to the StreamNet NuSEDS dataset, these are all grouped. These concepts are all grouped under salmon population indicators, which is a broader class. And the salmon population indicators is a type of measurement, is a measurement type in OBOE. Likewise, I've grouped various population measurements under the population measurement broader class. You can see like there's life stages grouped, origin grouped, rearing type grouped, species grouped. These are not comprehensive, but the point is that in hierarchical clustering, we want to build structured hierarchies by group.
I think we might have lost them for a minute there. Are you guys back in the room?
Yeah, we're back.
So
Yeah.
Shirley, I don't know how long they were gone, but I just admitted them back in. So maybe back up a minute. Sorry, you were mid-sentence.
That's okay.
We only got a second, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Awesome. Yeah.
We
So
just we have these pop-ups on our screen that Laura's just trying to get rid of, and it's
frustrating.
It's frustrating.
See the mouse.
cool. So yeah, the goal is that in hierarchical clustering, we are going to group similar classes into broader categories. And I do want to point that concept decomposition and hierarchical clustering are not the only two steps that are part of conceptualization. There's so much more to do beyond this, but building this domain ontology is going to be an iterative and a step-by-step process. And so we're just going to do 2 steps. So these question marks that you see here, these are relationships, right? So once we are done clustering, we want to identify what the generic relationships between these more broader classes are, identify how we are going to do the classification scheme. Are they going to be class, subclass relationships? Are they going to be broader or narrower relationships? Are they going to be aggregations or parts of wholes? You know, all of these relationships is going to be like the next stage of conceptual modeling. And I just want to say that that there's so much more to do beyond just concept decomposition and hierarchical clustering. And hopefully we will get to talk about that more, you know, in a future workshop at some point. With that background, I want to give a quick overview of the hands-on session that will follow. And so we have a 1-hour hands-on session, 30 minutes for activity 1 and 30 minutes for activity 2. In the first activity, we will be working on concept decomposition, and in the second activity, we will do the hierarchical clustering. And some logistics for this breakout activity, we will have 3 breakout groups, and each group will work on 1 data set. So group 1 will work on NuSEDS, group 2, SalHub, group 3, which is the online group, we will work on StreamNet CATS-NOSA. There are group leaders for each of these groups. And so group leaders will, I don't know how participants in the workshop are going to identify which group I want to be a part of. But if you want to like get in touch with, you know, like the folks who I mentioned over here, please feel free to do that. And so for the hands-on session, we have a shared Google Drive where we have 3 Google Sheets for each data set. And let me see, yeah. So this is an example of the Google Sheet for a NuSEDS data set. Basically what the sheet has is the field names and the description that comes with the field names in the data set. And during the breakout groups, we'll try to use these questions as a guide. So these questions are basically identifying the top level categories that I just talked about, using these descriptions, but also based on your extensive understanding of the data set as data set experts, domain experts, and so on. And following the discussion, the group leaders, simultaneously as this discussion is happening, the group leaders are going to be documenting the results or the decomposed concepts in the mural board over here. And I'm hoping that this mural board screen will be put up for display so everyone in the breakout group is able to see how this is happening. And I just want to also point that we have one example over here. So for example, attribute number 21, which is Jack presence. We tried to already do the decomposition to identify what is the entity being observed, what is a characteristic being observed. what's the temporal context in that definition, the spatial context, environmental feature, and so on. So group leaders will guide the discussion, but also this is there as an example to provide some sort of, an understanding of the background. And then obviously in session 2, once we have all of these concepts, we are trying to like group them into broader categories. So any question on the hands-on session or anything else in general? I'm hoping that Jen or anyone else, someone in the room can actually drop the link to the Google Drive folder in the chat.
I think Amy already did that.
Awesome.
To the folder. And it's the same Mural board link as prior, but maybe we should drop that again, Amy.
So with that, I think I am done with my presentation, and we can transition to the hands-on session, or if there are any questions, I can quickly take some questions.
We didn't actually like build in a debrief moment about that exercise.
Can we do that?
But I think maybe we should. Yeah, I think we should. Let's talk about it. What happened?
All right. So we had two groups, did a little ontology modeling exercise. Curious, like, Jen, do you want to have someone from your group do a quick synopsis of what they thought of it?
I can take a stab at it because I think it's all my fault, as I always say. We're learning the variables, which are indicators in the StreamNet system that we looked at, are complicated, and we probably should have started with something simpler. So we spent some time sorting through that, but I think we were able to make some progress in terms of grasping what we're trying to get to here and how these things fit together. So I hope in process wise, we made big advancements. I think I learned a few things about how we could do it differently if we were starting over. I don't know, folks in the group, some people were very quiet, some people were jumping in. Anybody else want to offer? Brett, you were a big help. Sure, telling. Anybody else? It wasn't easy. I'll be blunt. It wasn't easy.
I can maybe make one comment, and that's primarily because SalHub's version of modeling that was slightly different from how we interpreted it. So Matt, in your team, we saw that you had modeled life history stage as
so just to clarify,
yeah.
We didn't complete anything. Like we were talking around a bunch of things in circles. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So life history stage and the salmon species type as an entity, right? And we in our data set, we tried to model them as characteristics of fish or an organism, primarily because someone said that in StreamNet, a species when you collect a sample, the species of the sample is identified through certain methods, like genetic identification method, or I believe it's like a biomarker method or whatever. So I thought that there could be observations or there could be samples where the species of the fish probably is not identified yet, or other characteristics of the salmon species, like the life history stage or whatever, is not identified yet. And so modeling them as characteristics of an organism versus modeling them as an entity in itself maybe makes more sense, but open to discussion. But
yeah, absolutely. We actually got there too. If you look at our hierarchical graph, we down below, we had a bit of a thing where we had life history stage, small versus adult, and then taxon. So this entity, an individual of an adult salmon down here, was, has these other, so it's really, yeah. We started off with it as an entity because the thing that was being, the entity that had a measurement taken of it was called like an adult salmon or a smolt. And then we started to refine that. We didn't finish refining that concept of what life history stage really means, but we started down that path. I don't think we're necessarily in disagreement. We just didn't get in the same place you did.
Well, I think to add to the point, just for extra context, we also talked about how species identification can change over time. And so having that, and that's part of the method process. So I think
Yeah. We could have used a few more hours.
Agreed.
Yeah.
How about the
So
NuSEDS
anybody-
folks? Do you have any brilliant learning points to share with us?
Oh, absolutely. Does anybody want to talk to them? Or should I? Yeah, so we discovered, maybe not surprisingly, that many of the terms, many of the fields in NuSEDS are actually contain multiple conflated concepts. And there is not really enough information. Well, there might be, we didn't get that far, but there's like, if you look at a field like natural adult spawners, that field could represent one or many types of entities. And you can't really tell just by looking at it whether it's a group of fish swimming past a sonar array or is it a group of fish that have gone to spawn somewhere. So that was a useful insight, because if we could separate, if we could make that distinction about in that field, then we would be able to make the data more useful and more less difficult to misinterpret. The other example.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
So I think it's a really good point, because it's one of the reasons why doing this bottom up is really important, because every data set has its own sort of idiosyncrasies about how things were done. And you might have a data set like that that has a very specific slice of set of concepts. In your case, what were the two things that were combined together?
Like, there's probably more, but it was groups of fish swimming past a point, so they're just swimming.
Yeah.
Versus fish that are actually in a spot and spawning.
So you have those two categories. You might have concepts for those two categories in your ontology.
Mm-hmm.
Your data set specific concept is really some unspecified union of those two concepts.
Yeah.
Right. And so when you're defining your data set, you might have this sort of relatively undifferentiated count of things, but it actually does relate to this higher level, sort of more general ontology. So this is a combination of these two other groups of salmon. So you can link them even when you can't necessarily, so that makes it explicit that this is a combination of two groups of things and I don't know what the relative proportions are.
Right.
And that might identify for somebody down the road to say, we should start identifying these two things and labeling them as separate columns in our data set so we can differentiate them. Right?
Yeah, and we could go back in our data and say, we have enough information about what happens to be able to make that distinction. Yeah. What was the other thing that we, oh yeah, and then the types of observations, there are 5 or 6 different types of observations depending on the quality of data that you actually get, that are all conflated as one. So that is also a significant gotcha.
Yeah.
So if we had more time, we might have gone the other way around and started flagging those things as conflated entities. But it's been, for me at least, been very insightful, and I appreciate the exercise.
So anybody from our group that was working on the Sal Hub stuff, which is a little bit different data set, but no more comments on it?
I think it's also, yeah, a really great exercise and highlights the time required and just challenges associated with this process in general. So yeah, it's very valuable, and you did a very good job at keeping us on track and clearly defining what the different categories are. So good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting that you say it takes a long time for this process, which I think is interesting, because I think it takes a long time to clarify the semantics of data, no matter what process you use. This is a structured way of doing that. A lot of people, I think, kind of wander around in our code space, trying to understand data sets and chunk things together, and only later discover that the things that they chunk together actually aren't the same. These two things are not the same, right? So this is a way of structurally thinking about what are the components that are important to identify when you're doing data integration tasks. Whether you end up using the ontology or this classification in your actual processing, it helps clarify, like, what are my measurement properties? What are the things being measured? Every time I measure a length, is it using the same method? Is the same concept of length? Does it have the same precision, etc.? Right? So, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna move on, Jen, so we can kind of wrap up here. Okay.
Yep, please. That sounds
All
great,
right.
Matt. Thank you.
There. How do you have it?
Perfect. Looks great.
Okay. So just to wrap up this conversation. So we've been doing this process from the perspective of a sort of shared group, but we all come at this from different sort of perspectives, and I like to think of it as a different set of communities of practice. So like, if I think about myself and my position in the world, like one of the major things I do is I run the Arctic Data Center for the National Science Foundation, which gives me a certain sort of perspectives on data archival and repositories. And I also run the K&V data repository that sort of has another, like, more open sort of perspective on what you should be sort of preserving and what information we need. That's all part of a whole National Science Foundation effort for sort of doing data archival associated with a really broad set of science programs. So it's almost nothing to do with salmon, right? It's like science sort of writ large. And so my perspective oftentimes comes from that really broad outside perspective of not being particularly aligned. And then we also federate across repositories and think about how do we make it so that this data is accessible across an entire network of repositories. We might have social science data and archaeology data and salmon data and oceanography data and atmospheric science data all in the same repository. So I'm always thinking about, like, how to make a search system that lets me search for archaeological artifacts and salmon scales in the same interface, right? So I'm always moving that level up in generalization. CESAP is like one of our projects where we're saying, all right, there's a whole bunch of salmon data. How do we like federate the salmon data? How do we make it reusable, make it, so we come at sort of the development of the salmon data portal from this more general sort of perspective of data archival and data documentation. And that's related, NOAA was a big part of that effort. So while I'm not very involved in things that are NOAA-like, I had touch points. So both the Arctic Data Center collaborates with NOAA, CESAP, there were NOAA participants on that helped develop out some of these things. If we did this graph for everybody in this room, we'd all have a different graph. Some of these same ovals would be on yours and some of them would not, right? Probably. And I think the important thing is that everybody comes at this idea of like data modeling from a different perspective and a different set of needs. And because of that, we end up with oftentimes different results. So the challenge, I think, for us is to figure out how can we come up with a common set of where are our shared needs, where it makes sense for us to work together as a community to come up with things that actually can be used together. So in this specific context, like we've been talking about this from kind of the British Columbia, Washington perspective of salmon data integration. There's been a lot of focus on Fraser River and things around here. But when you start talking about, for example, Pacific salmon, you also need to think about what's happening in the open ocean. And it turns out that the folks over in Japan collect a lot of high seas data on salmon and salmon-related systems, right? So you can't really get away from the idea that you really need to incorporate a pretty big community of practice if you really want to start federating data to understand the salmon ecosystem, right? So we need to be able to think about building our community of practice so it's wide enough to include fisheries biologists, oceanographers, people from Japan, people from the US, people from Canada, et cetera. And so I think that is probably the biggest barrier to doing all of this data integration, is that it is a really wide group. And when we say, quote, the community, it's actually a pretty complex group of people, right, that need things. Like a fisheries manager that's working one watershed in Alaska, or has a very different set of needs than, say, somebody that's looking at salmon from a climate change perspective in the Arctic, right? It's like what salmon are going to do over the next 50 years in terms of migration north. So I think what we're hoping is that we're going to be able to continue to work as a community with that context of like the community is fairly fuzzily defined, to try to put together a set of information systems that let us combine this data and access data for a variety of purposes more easily. So this is the slide I showed earlier. This idea that we have a whole bunch of workflows, like the PNAP one is a good example. Like we have these different workflows that allow us to take the needs of a bunch of stakeholders and produce a set of products that are useful to those stakeholders is a great process. And it works within that community of practice. It works great for that community. So the focus engagement and the consensus-driven approach works really well. The smaller your group is, I think the easier it is to reach that consensus engagement, right? So if there's only 2 of you working on a project, it's really easy. You guys, it sounded like it took you a couple decades to get there with 25 years. 25 years. So, and I think part of the challenge there is that we have, all the projects have overlapping, but not necessarily absolutely congruent goals. Like they have needs that probably have a lot of similarities, but aren't exactly the same. So they make different trade-offs as to what's important. And so I don't think consensus is always necessary for these things to work. Consensus is great where it makes sense. Like if we can agree upon the definition of what a smolt is, then that's very helpful for us to exchange information. But if there are 6 commonly used definitions of smolt, it's okay. Like we don't all have to agree upon that. We can have those definitions. What's really helpful is if I can flag data sets and say, these 3 data sets use one definition of smolt, these 3 data sets use a different definition of smolt. And the fact that I can differentiate them is enough, right? Because then I can make some downstream decision about how I'm going to treat and use that data. What's hard about today is that we have those 6 different definitions of smolt with no indicator that in fact those data sets contain different kinds of information, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's what this knowledge modeling exercise is about. It's like both one, trying to make it more explicit that there are these subtle differences in things that are named fairly similarly or identically, and that there is a structured way of sort of mapping and trying to come up with approaches to representing that information in a way that we can build upon. I really liked your example of the, you had controlled vocabularies as part of your process for CAP, right? Mm-hmm. Where you built out a shared set of definitions and things. And I think that's great. And we're just, I think, taking that a step further in formalization in a way that we can actually utilize that for querying the whole database. It's not just a part of the process of documentation, right? So I think the hope is that we can, as a community, come up with where there are really helpful places to clarify knowledge semantics. We can do that. We can continue to standardize using process standardization like was shown earlier, where you have a workflow and you have adapters for each of the individual data sets. Those adapters translate that data set into a common model that then gets integrated and used downstream. But we can also use that same thing within the knowledge graph framework. We can take multiple different incoming data sets, map them to a knowledge model, and then use that same transformation process to create knowledge graph that we can query. So these are not mutually exclusive approaches. Like as a matter of fact, doing the work to map all of these so that they can be combined in a small will probably expose a lot of the challenges you have in mapping them onto a knowledge model as well. Like it's kind of the same process. One's focused on building like an R script or a Python script that does that transformation one-off. The other is trying to map it onto a generic knowledge model that lets you sort of query more dynamically. But they're kind of the same thing. If that makes sense. So I think the question is like, how do we continue to make progress as a community and how do we collaborate across communities? And we have a couple of different networks. So like I've been talking about the Data One network where we have a set of shared vocabularies, some shared infrastructure for data sharing across 63 different repositories. So on the data side, you could use groups like that. There's agencies that have similar things. But then there's also like this RDA group that was brought up earlier. So the Salmon Research Interest Group. That Lara and Graham. I think that those sorts of international collaborative bodies are a good way for us to sort of find shared ground and to find time to work together. I think the challenge is if we always work just within our projects, it's really hard to get this cross-cutting stuff ready to go. Like, it's kind of expanding the community of practice. Like, you've already been expanding the community of practice for CAP to like a set of Pacific Northwest organizations and bodies and tribes, right? But how could we do that? How could we pull in Japanese data into CAP, right? Would they agree with all that same stuff? Like, could we get the Pacific Northwest folks to engage in RDA and like start moving towards something like this? So I think the remainder of this conversation was like, what do we want to do next? I think there's a group in this salmon data management sort of, I don't know what to call it. We've been sort of informally meeting for a few years that has interest in moving this forward, but we need broader support across the community to really be able to do it well. And so I think that the question at the end is like, what should we do next and how do we want to move forward with this? Do we want to move forward with this? I'm curious, like, to start off with, like, how many of you think that spending some of your time, this is very personal, hard fought time, on knowledge modeling would be a worthwhile thing? Just curious. Or does it seem just way too esoteric?
To continue to build a salmon ontology.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Or any kind of controlled vocabulary. That's a little bit of time, some time.
Yeah, yes, and
Yeah, thank you.
I mean,
Go ahead, Tom.
I feel like first we're going to need to like do the the internal cleanup so that we understand and can, so that we've cleaned up our own data processes, maybe using the similar approaches you described. But that's going to be a necessary first step before trying to connect to others as well. But we're not even sure what we're talking about 100%.
Yeah, and you can do it at multiple levels of organization. You can take 2 of your own data sets and create a knowledge model to link them and clarify your own concepts. And then later on, try to crosswalk those to 2 data sets that a different group might have put together. So this is that bottom up approach, right? You start with your own data, focus in on that, figure out what you need to, how to represent things. And I think where it gets interesting is how do we, if we take 5 or 6 of us, like if we took the Salhub group and the NuSEDS group and the Alaska Escapement group and said, how many of the concepts that we've developed from those bottom-up processes are shared? Like, do we have some standard things that we all agree upon what the definition of this thing is and how to refer to it in data sets?
Yeah, it feels like a big and scary thing to do alone. But if there's a framework to follow, then it's easier to think about doing.
Yeah.
Well, some of it you can do in parallel or in concert. Because there's the whole ARMIS database system, right?
What's that? The ARMIS?
The core water tag, and it's actually more similar to what you described, where we have lots of Canada and Pacific Northwest states from Alaska to California all exchange data, but they also did not get full consensus. So if we have the field, we go, well, Alaska's definition is this one for this field, and then basically this one, kind of like that earlier stuff that you were describing. But like you're saying, if the top level spot some common field names, grab some definitions, start doing the comp level knowledge graph, then that helps us when we're trying to clean up our internal one to go, well, we might as well just use that definition, it's already there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it is. Having a little bit of clarity without complete clarity is still helpful. You can map a little bit of your database and still gain
Yeah,
more.
we can kind of learn from each other all at the same time.
Yeah.
Catherine, you had something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Becky's still in the planning phases right now. But, collaborating across communities is one of our major goals, and it's gonna be challenging, but our plan is to build up existing relationships within Pisces, which has Japan and Russia as members, as well as NCEAS, which also have membership from across the Pacific. I was just in Japan talking to people about interest in this type of, coming together to share knowledge. It is very tricky. Raw data will be much harder to gain access to, especially in terms of fisheries related data. But so one approach we're taking as well is not just necessarily looking for raw data, but analyze data as well. So bringing information and knowledge together that's already been processed in a certain way, so it's not actually asking people to go against data sharing restrictions within your organization. So there's a lot of hurdles, but I hope like coordinating and facilitating this type of Pan-Pacific working group or task force is something we are aiming to do. So I hope we can in the future.
And would that task force be tied into the RDA group at all, or was that broader than, that means broader than just salmon, right?
Oh,
So-
it is. Yeah, it is. And we also like, our focus is salmon now, but we're in such an early phase, we will have to follow funding. So, and just keeping in mind too, that Pisces, while there are fishery components, it's a lot of oceanographic data as well. And so that's too, a lot of what we've been hearing is based on the, oceanographic needs and access to environmental data. So we're looking to bring fisheries information in as well, but.
So I would say that there is a group in Europe that has been creating a very similar system to the one we're describing that's based on data semantics. Like this is called the Ocean Info Hub. So Ocean Info Hub has taken a lot of time at defining controlled variable definitions for oceanographic data and trying to create a system like we're talking about here for oceanography. So I think there's a lot of potential synergies there.
With regards to the data sharing issue, is like knowledge that data exists. Similarly, like it's not as useful potentially, but if you can that data exists in some other system.
Like this.
Sorry.
That's okay. We'll plug back in, so we're all good.
Sorry, John. I've been distracted.
If you can you use the idea to allow people to maybe not query the data and pull it, but just query the data and know that it exists and ask for permission to use it.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you're talking about a metadata catalog, basically information about the data sets without actual access to the data. I mean, yeah, you can build a knowledge graph of metadata or a knowledge graph of metadata and data. In either way, you can query them. I mean, a lot of current data catalogs are like that, right? They're metadata records that point back to a data set sitting somewhere else, and you don't necessarily you don't query the data directly, you're querying the metadata catalog. So certainly works in this context as well.
Just gonna jump in, that's one of our first potential, what we're proposing as a potential first, in our first immediate products as well, is just mapping out who has what data where, who's collecting salmon data, what is it focused on, et cetera, because what we've been hearing is that people just don't even know where to go to find out who's doing what or collaborations, et cetera, so.
Yeah, and that's what Data One has been trying to focus on, is how do you link repository efforts in a way that you can exchange metadata so that people understand who has what. With Data One isn't a centralized database, it's a centralized metadata catalog that points out at all the different places where you can find stuff. So you can search Data One and find stuff from Pangea in Germany, and you can find stuff from the Kai Institute, and I guess Brett is online, the IYS catalog, right? So, yeah. Or use it. I mean, the Data One, we've estimated that there are 1,500 or more Earth and environmental science repositories that are relevant to these kinds of questions, and we have 63. Right? So it's a tiny drop in the bucket of what's out there. And that doesn't include probably a lot of agency repositories that aren't even listed as repositories per se.
So is that the idea where, say you're part of an organization and you're developing something like what Catherine just described, where you're sort of pulling together data sets? And we're involved in a similar project at the moment where we're doing exactly the same thing, but on a much smaller scale, essentially for one of the funding agencies in the state of Washington, RCO and the Joe Burners and Recovery Board, and trying to see, that's exactly the question that they're asking, who has what data. So we're sort of headed in this direction. And at the moment, I'm essentially using app as a place to start with thinking about an ontology. We're not technically building an ontology yet, but I think it's a down the road sort of thing. And so, and this is the thing I've been wondering about. And I feel like it's a part of this question of how do we collaborate across communities. So I'm in my organization and I'm sort of building a data ontology potentially. It's with a specific purpose. So when I get to the end of that, now what do I do with it? Is it part of this is there now kind of a feedback communication? Is this like taking on a sort of like, you know, in the software community, or we're talking about like open source
Yeah.
sort of development, or are we?
That's how we've treated it in the past. We treat our data and ontology products as software types of things, and we open them up and give them out to people. And we maintain about 10 different ontologies that we have. Ontologies.data1.org. We'll go and find the salmon ontology among a bunch of others. There's a bunch of communities like the OBO Foundry, the Open Biomedical Ontologies Foundry. So they have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of ontologies that are shared. So there's a bunch of groups that are working on sharing these knowledge models that we could make use of. We use one called BioPortal. We publish all of ours to BioPortal. But like most things, there's more than one way we could do it. So yeah. But I don't really answer your question. I think there's
it was partly for a conversation too.
This issue of federating data sources, I think, is slightly related but orthogonal issue to like how do we integrate our data models in a way that we can understand the data differences. We've been focusing on the data semantics here and less about how to exchange information about data sets, right? Which is more of a infrastructure question.
Yeah, sorry, I just talked about some before. I mean, I think those are both pieces that we're working on.
Yes.
So I mean, it's still part of what I'm trying to figure out is even which pieces the like sharing the data ontology and which pieces sharing the data set themselves.
I can say that sharing information about data sets is a problem that's been around for a while, and there's a bunch of work across hundreds of repositories. There's really been kind of consolidation on using schema.org as a high-level, lightweight representation of what your data set holdings are, so that you can then publish that and you can be part of Google Dataset Search or Data1 or some of the other like large federations. So I think using something like that as a high level is a really low-hanging fruit for most groups, right? Jen or anybody online, you have any comments about this? Curious also, if Laura or somebody wants to say
Graham
something
is
about.
still on. It's amazing, Graham. Graham was commenting on Salhub being similarly constructed. Are you out there, Graham?
Midnight.
Yeah, I'm here.
It's pretty late.
Any thoughts on how we could use the RDA group to help move this stuff forward?
Well, yes, I think encourage everybody to check out the link and join the RDA, and then always remember to join the group as well. I found we had a meeting just before Christmas, and a lot of people joined RDA from that meeting, but didn't actually join the group. So I had to put out some nudge email. So it's again, it's trying to establish the idea of a community. It's got a central kind of message board that we can reach people to talk about activities. Yeah, so check that out and spread the word. And yeah, my comment on the chat about Salhub, it was when you mentioned just, you know, the idea that some data repositories are not really data repositories, but rather just metadata catalogs, which is essentially what we created Salhub to be. And my thoughts on this are, I feel it should be easier than it is, which is my naive thoughts on it, I guess. But maybe the reason I feel that is because I feel that we should be able to approach it quite incrementally. So Salhub maybe being like a first step, have a catalog that says all these data sets around the Atlantic, from my perspective, have some feature to them which allows you to tell, that allows you to get say an abundance or a salmon count, some kind of measurement. And then when you know you have all those data sets, you can then start approaching them piecemeal to then get the experts involved and actually create bridges that make those data sets more compatible. So that's how I always saw Salhub being kind of a first step to try and link people together so that they can make their data sets more interoperable.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think part of it is the RDA IG is pretty brand new. I think Graham mentioned the December meeting was sort of the kickoff. So we're just trying to get organized and figure out how to utilize that infrastructure to support some task groups, and specifically what are the task groups. So back to all of you who have spent all day, whether online or in the room, you know, I think Matt said, are you willing to devote some of your time to this? So if we were to invite you back for another exercise to do more of the work today in a structured way, you know, would you come? Would you help? Would you bring your friends, neighbors, family? Do you have other ideas of how we might connect so that we have to do some work? I'm with Graham. I wish it was easier, and I think it should be easier, but that I'm a biologist, not a data scientist or a programmer that controls the systems. So.
But I think it's a similar process to what you went through with ENAM activities, right, Jen? I mean, it does take time. Everybody has to spend some time identifying their own data issues and then work together in increasingly larger groups to harmonize, right? So
you know what would make it easier for somebody who's at the deep end of this whole process is if there was some sort of mentorship. Like if there's mentorship and people available to say, yeah, that looks like a good start, but you're kind of going about it the wrong way, that would be super useful.
Well, I mean, we could definitely create a discussion forum.
Yeah.
That people have access to be able to consult with one another. There's certainly expertise in this room on a wide variety of relevant topics, whether it's the salmon side of things or the knowledge modeling and side. So
yeah,
like,
because there's like, we often have people who are sort of aware of the business needs of the data and like what's going on with the data, but less so on the sort of the semantics and the modeling side of things. So that expertise is gonna take a little bit of a I don't know, training wheels.
For me, I think the biggest, I think one of the reasons why, so we've been working on this a long time. Like I said, we developed this ontology like back in 2018, so 7 years ago. And it's been kind of just stagnant since.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one of the reasons that it's such a challenge is it's fairly far removed from day-to-day activities. Like you can do a lot of things with data without solving this problem in general, right? So you can build a like fixed NuSEDS that does a ton of really useful stuff, right? Without fixing the problem for everybody. The problem is that you're gonna continue down that path. Like new data is gonna get generated every single year that continues to have those problems and other problems.
Yeah.
So like, I've always held out hope that I think this is a useful direction to go without being able to point at least within our community, you know, really explicit examples of where it has saved people a ton of time and money.
Okay, well, the use case that we have right now is we have 42 different paper forms that people use for writing down escapement information across BC. And we've built a tool that'll scan those forms and pull their data into an Excel spreadsheet. Now, the next step is, all right, what do we do with that? Are we gonna create 42 different databases, or can we model the stuff that's in each of those forms in a repeatable and useful way? So that's sort of where.
I mean, I think one question is how different are they? Like, are they like 99% of the same and 1% different, and they just use different words for the same things? Or are they like 10% the same and like most of everything in those data systems is different, and it's really kind of like a big integration challenge?
It's an interesting question, and some of it is like habit. We've always measured things this way. Some of it is operational. We have to be in helicopters versus on our faces in the river. Some of it is just nomenclature, and we can change some parts of all of those things to get from like 50% agreement to like 85% agreement, I'm gonna say. And so
you're talking about changing measurement protocols, which I think is a different level of, I mean, like I said, it's okay to have multiple ways of doing things when there's practical and pragmatic reasons for doing that, right? So you have 10 different ways of surveying salmon abundance, and that's fine because sometimes you can just go over the helicopter quickly. Sometimes you can get a whole sonar station in place, sometimes you can't, right? So Yeah, I'm not saying we should be trying to force everybody to go down the same measurement protocol approach. It's more of like detecting when we have used different measurement protocols for the
Yeah.
data we got, right?
Yeah, we're not gonna change protocols. I think that's a non-starter. But like the things that we record about protocols, like drone surveys versus underwater surveys, you need to know stuff about detection efficiency for both those cases. But you need to know particular things for drones versus snorkel surveys, and when to apply a particular correction factor for each thing is, that's the information we need. So that's, I think we have a like 75% there model for those things. But just knowing how to be able to make the connections between the different fields that allow you to reasonably compare numbers from one method to another that's the modeling exercise that we're sort of staring at right now.
I'll bet it would be useful to everybody if people started trying to formalize the vocabularies they use for different types of salmon measurement methods, having a common place to just exchange that would be a useful start, even if we don't go any more formal than that. Just like, where can we start putting a whole bunch of shared definitions of measurement techniques? I know we do have the protocols database that PNet I'll do, but is something more on the measurement side?
Yeah, it's not really built. I mean, it's great to hold method descriptions, and it's highly structured, so you can get pieces out of it, but it isn't built to hold a controlled vocabulary, right?
Yeah,
and that's one of the things I want to know how to best to do that, because we have state exchange standards that have vocabularies in them. We've extracted them into a spreadsheet. Now I have this the thing Nancy talked about, Mari and I have been working on updating. And so what is a good way that thing should look and be accessible to others? Right? Like,
yeah,
you don't have to answer right now, but someone could point me to an example that we can model the coordinated assessments controlled vocabulary after. And we have a hatchery element, whatever, also have this habitat controlled vocabulary. Becca Scully, if you're still online, she helped lead that. So, but they don't feel like they're accessible to other people. So I think Matt said, can we put it somewhere where other people can get to it? That would be progress.
For really small, limited vocabularies, we go ahead and publish those. Like if we have, for example, we have a academic disciplines vocabulary we created because we just needed to classify all our data sets according to what discipline they're associated with. Couldn't find a good vocabulary, so we created one. We published it to BioPortal, and now there's hundreds of groups that are referring to and using our academic disciplines vocabulary, even though, so like, it's not perfect, but it works. So you don't have to model the whole space to publish something that's useful. Like, if one of you guys had a salmon life cycle vocabulary, it might only have 15 terms in it, but it precisely defines all the stages of salmon life cycle. Publishing that to a BioPortal or a Global Foundry where other people can find and use it would probably be a great thing. Because then other people could say, I either agree or disagree with these, or I have other definitions for these, and then you start that dialogue.
Give you an example of the fishery. We have a fishery regulation assessment model. We call GRAM that was used for the 50,000 Chinook and coho management, and we have this GRAM model that was built and we published on GitHub and associated with all the references and glossary. So you are free to grab the glossary from the GitHub if you want to know how the model management.
Cool. So you published it as a glossary?
Yeah.
So it's a term and term definitions sort of list?
Yeah.
So there are different levels of formality of publishing these things. So that's one. So basically a controlled list of terms, undefined is one level, is sort of the base level. Terms and their definitions is the next level that helps with some clarity. Then you can start arranging those terms into term hierarchies and classifying them. And eventually we get to the ontology end. And so basically as you move through that formalization process, you get more expressive and you get more precise with what the relationships between and among terms are, right? But that's that's kind of like where we barely got started today, right? It was just identifying what the core concepts are. So yeah, that would be a useful thing to just collate a bunch of known glossaries as a
Yeah,
starting
we
point.
also have like user manuals and like how to set up a basic ROM and also some other menu options and references and index and support documents. So it's all in a central GitHub repository.
So I want to suggest to the RDA organizers that I think that, yeah, I know that we're kind of starting, but at the same time, I feel like if we could come up with a really tractable, small working group focused task to just get things kicked off, try not to take the whole thing as a gigantic project, but just like pick something that would be useful to people and say, let's have a 1 year or even a 6-month concerted effort to try to build something as part of a work group that's part of that interest group. It would be really helpful to keep some momentum going.
No, and I mean, that's completely fair. That was certainly one of our initial working group concepts was even salmon ontology, right? That's what we had listed.
Is that kind of simple?
But we can,
Vocabulary.
yeah, exactly.
start with
We
that.
can start with that.
Right.
Yeah.
And just as a request, I think some of the stuff that we ran into with NuSEDS, like that would be very nicely contained, like what are all the different biological quantities that are actually being measured under this heading of by property NuSEDS, and how can we define those? Like that would be building an exhaustive list, just of the diversity of things that are completed, that would be extremely.
And how do different groups, like one thing that came up for us was that there's like NuSEDS at the coast level, but then like different regional groups are using the same field differently. And that I feel like would be really helpful to even just like understand the scope of that.
Well, yeah, because it could be identifying the different data systems and then kind of the nuances within each. With regard to that.
Which I think this is very in line with the bottom-up approach that Shirley was sort of, bottom-up, top-down means start from the bottom to generate all the things, because what you do at the data set level is going to be super useful to you over the short term. It doesn't take very long before you get value out of that. But then if you just go one more step and say, how do all the terms I just came up with and how does all the analysis I did of my data set fit into this sort of top-level framework that is out there, then suddenly your analysis of NuSEDS and somebody else's analysis of the Alaskan escapement data set might interleave a little bit better than they did before. The whole problem isn't solved, but you're just a little closer to that step. Even if we can just identify that, 80% of the measurements in NuSEDS in the Alaska escapement database represent the same concepts. That would be cool.
Yeah.
So that
So
would
how
be a
do-
good exercise before we could organize a, what did Graham call it, bite-sized working group to focus on the terms and definitions for each, whatever we are, community, sub-community, share that some way, and then come back together and try and do more of this mapping exercise.
What if we turned our
Or-
bi-weekly meetings into this kind of thing, or a monthly meeting, whatever it is? How often are you meeting now?
Fortnightly.
It's
Fortnightly, yeah.
fortnightly. It's the only meeting I have that's
Well,
fortnightly.
How often is fortnightly?
Twice a
Every
week.
2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks, not twice a week.
Once a week.
Twice a league.
Every morning at 6 a.m.
All right, well, I'm gonna turn this over to Tom and Jen, because I don't know where we're going from here with this conversation, so.
This is good. We've got some action items, and we've definitely got a lot of food for thought. Jen, I don't have any particularly insightful closing remarks at this time of the day. Do you have any thoughts, or I can just wing it?
You can wing it, other than I want to say thanks to everybody who is there or not there in person, and everyone who helped make it happen. And I hope that people who were here want to be part of this fortnightly or whatever it is meetings, and we can continue on.
Yeah, absolutely. And closer to home with like all the people who are looking at the NuSEDS data set, I'm looking forward to taking some of the stuff that we started teasing apart and trying to, like, I'm imagining a column next to the entity the name column. I'm imagining a column next to it that is conflated entities inside that thing, and that would be a nice place to start, I think. So yeah, thanks for all your hard work before this meeting. For those of you who presented, really great contributions, and thanks so much for that work. And thank you for everyone who's going to come and join us afterwards to keep it going. It's been a day.
If you came into the room, if you didn't register at the conference and you're in the room there in person, give Tom or Nancy or someone or Laura your email address. If you're online, we should have your email address from the login through Teams. So hopefully we'll try to put together some brief notes. We are not going to try to capture all of this. We did record it, but we have some notes. We'll offer links to the slides. We hope you all join the RDA, and we'll try to shift to using that as a structured way to communicate and have our bite-sized working groups, because we want to stay in touch with our new, bigger, hopefully very invigorated group. And again, thanks. And I sorely wish I was there to have a beverage with you all. Graham, jump in here.
Just to remind everybody, there's an RDA plenary coming up, fully virtual, second week in April. And our group has a session, I can't remember the exact time, maybe 9 AM your time. No, it won't be, it'll be 2 PM your time, sorry.
Is that going to be hybrid, or is it going to be all in person?
It's fully virtual.
Sorry, can you say?
It's fully virtual.
Fully virtual, okay.
Yeah.
And the cost to register is only about $150, around about that. That's a very guesstimate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I see in the chat a request for the mural input. Yes, absolutely. We'll save that and share that as well. Right now, the link will hold. I don't think it expires or anything, but we'll figure out a way to save it as a PDF. Amy ran the introduction through ChatGPT and told us what we're all passionate about. Fascinating. We'll share that. All right. I think. Good thing we lopped some stuff out. We had a lot more that we were going to do today, and yet here it is 4 o'clock. So it's been fascinating.
Yeah, thank you for sticking around to the end. I thought we were going to lose more people, but
that was great. Thanks for
Thank you for everyone online too, for hanging in there.
Can't stop us. Thank you, Shirley. Couldn't do it without you. All right.
You, Jen.
Cheers, all.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.